All right, guys, we are live. Hey, it is June 2nd. It is election night. So, hey, everybody, welcome back to the channel today. Thank you all for hanging out, and that is exactly what we are going to be doing tonight. For those of you who don't subscribe to the channel and haven't been to this channel before, my name is Kevin. I'm here with Rick. We are both a part of the California Rifle and Pistol Association, fighting for Second Amendment rights here in the state of California. So obviously, as we look in on this election, there is going to be a slant toward Second Amendment rhetoric, obviously. But guys, I guess first and foremost, if you have not voted yet, it is 6 p.m. It's time to get out there. You still got 2 hours. You know,
take a friend, take family,
right?
Take everybody.
Take us off your TV, put us on your phone, carry us in your pocket, and get to the polls. We need every single vote that we can get. So while we aren't necessarily going to see any data coming in until 8 o'clock when the polls close, we do have some stuff that we wanted to talk about. I've got my notes. Rick's got his iPad ready to go. Thought that we could go over some of the things that really we've been talking about in the couple of months leading up to the election here. Just kind of frame it a little bit, and then we will be here to hang out as the data starts rolling in on how these votes are going. So I guess with that we can start really with why we're here. So I guess Rick, I'll throw it over to you. Why does today matter? I mean, hanging out is hanging out, right? But we've been talking about it for months and months and months, especially with you as a lobbyist up in Sacramento during the legislative session. You've been on plenty of the YouTube videos talking about legislation. One of the things that we always come back to is we need to succeed on the timing of firing the legislators that are not representing what the Constitution says the Second Amendment should be, and today is the time to do it. So what is the impact of today, and why does it matter?
Well, the impact is important. The Assembly, starting at the state level, the Assembly is 100% up for grabs. There's obviously seats both on the Republican and Democratic side that it is so heavily in that one person's favor that those are going to be secured. But there's a lot of seats that we'll be talking about tonight that are not secured. And one of the things I tell people all the time is, you know, I don't care if you're a Democrat, a Republican, independent, nonpartisan, what have you, but this idea of, you know, I was talking to someone here in one of the LA County cities who for 50 years has been controlled by the Democratic Party in that particular incident. And it's been the same basic, you know, junk hole of a city. You know, bad schools, horrible crime rates, infrastructure falling apart. You know, you can't drive a new or used car without wrecking your wheels and blowing tires because the roads are so bad. And I'm like, so you don't trust anybody else from another party, and you keep giving the same party that's been there for 5 decades that's never got anything done. I mean, this is dumb. And I think we're at a point now where, you know, due to the fires at Pacific Palisades and throughout the state, how many communities has California lost, been wiped out of the map, from the Paradise fires up in Northern California all the way down Pacific Palisades, everywhere in between. We've had water shortages, we have food crises, you know, all these other things, gas prices, highest taxes in the nation. You start going through all this stuff, and it's time to get rid of these people. They work for us, and if you talk to a lot of them and their staff, you would think that we were servants of them, and that's not the way it goes.
Yeah, and I think we've had one of those moments, I guess, in the recent past with COVID, where it kind of seemed like a wake up moment for a lot of potential or would be gun owners at the time who otherwise didn't really think about that when they went to buy a firearm when things were a little bit sketchy during the pandemic and everybody was being home. There was a lot of crime going on, going into gun stores and bringing questions to CRPA. I know you received a lot of calls. I got a lot of calls. What the heck do you mean 10 days waiting period for a firearm? So even within the Second Amendment community, there have been wake-up moments like that needed to happen.
And that was a huge wake-up moment too, Kevin. If you think back to that, we had, you know, there's 58 constitutional officers, we call them sheriffs, here in the state of California that are supposed to make sure your Second Amendment rights are administered. And we had Some sheriffs in some counties, both big and small, are like, oh, yeah, governor said we got to shut everything down. That includes this essential thing called self-protection firearms. And we had others saying no. And that became a fight that the White House had to get involved in. I served on that committee of keeping, firearm stores open as a necessity to life and to the protection of that life. And so I think that woke a lot of people up to sheriff's elections that before they were like, oh, why do I care? And all of a sudden it's like, oh, that's why I care, because who's in that position controls how things are done.
And today is the day that we get to make those sorts of decisions. So, guys, we're going to be covering over the next few hours here. We're going to be following the governor's race very closely, the attorney general's race. Obviously, we've got all of these races in the California State Assembly as well as the Senate. And we've got this funny little thing for the LA mayor that we're going to be paying attention to as well. So hope you'll stick with us and stay along for the ride as we go through that. Again, guys, not going to see any results for 2 hours. The polls close at 8 o'clock. If you haven't voted yet, please get out and vote. We need all the votes that we can possibly get. So please do that, and they will start rolling in until 8. But, Rick, I'm sort of curious. We've done a lot of talking as the time has gone on over the last few months. We've really watched this race come out. We've seen a surge from Republican voters. I'm sort of curious the way that over time you've seen the governor's race kind of pan out. How do you view this going tonight, also taking into account how it's gone leading up to today?
Yeah, I think this is an interesting race, to say the least. Governor's races in California, I don't think Californians realize, but if you look at your ballot, if you were to look at the news, you'd think there was maybe a half a dozen, maybe 8 people running for governor. Mm-hmm. There's like this many people running for governor. And, you have people like Zaki of Zaki Farms that was running for governor, I guess put it on his list of, hey, I ran for governor. Mm-hmm. But then you have people that were very seriously running for governor. And I think we also have to look at this election that we've had, on the Republican side, we've had a very contentious race. We're going to see what the outcome of that is. But, there's a lot of things in tonight's gubernatorial race. Let's not even talk about who's going to win this primary, because I have my own personal hopes of who I hope will win. But this is really a transitional election for a primary and a midterm, in the sense of, like you said, with Spencer Pratt running for LA mayor, we've seen the advent of social media really take its place in this race. We've seen TMZ, who has always been for a lot of us kind of like the group of people that go around and make jokes and try to find, movie stars and wannabe movie stars in awkward positions, become a political force in this primary. We've seen the advent of different types of journalism and media sources really come into their own during this. And we're starting to see people question polling. I know we're going to be talking about polling a lot, but, numbers don't lie, but liars can,
use numbers.
Yeah. And, when you start to look at some of these polls that have been paid for by different media outlets, by different candidates, shock. Candidate X says, I'm up in the polls. This poll paid for by people supporting candidate X. Of course, I'm not shocked by that poll number. But I think the electorate's waking up and they're starting to question polls. They're starting to question where the data comes from. And also we have the advent of AI being a major influence. So for all of you that have followed elections like I have most of my life, I've been a part of this process in various aspects of it. We have talked about foreign influence into elections. Well, AI is a pretty big wild card into how much it may or may not have been used successfully to influence the electorate.
Yeah, to be honest, I cringe every time I think about what the ballot looks like. Just kind of thinking about how elections would go if these ballots looked like they used to, which would have just been a piece of paper and a list of positions, and you physically had to write in the names of the people that you wanted to sit in there. Obviously, it's a lot different now. We've essentially gotten to a system where you're voting on party lines. You see a lot of people go in there and say, "All right, there's a D, there's a D, there's a D. Check the box, check the box, check the box. So it kind of makes me cringe a little bit thinking about that in the way that it could be. However, that is the way that it is, and the way those results have really panned out in this state is a 2-to-1 majority of Democrats in the state.
I want to talk about that.
What's that?
That gets cited a lot, this 2-to-1 majority, and I'm not so sure that's really true. And I'll tell you why I say that. Like you, I get to go out and speak with the public, and get to talk to them in different areas, and I have absolutely cringed sometimes because I'm like, oh, I'm in the belly of the beast. I'm the only non-Democrat in the room. What's going to happen? And come to find out, there's a bunch of people that have a party name on them because they think their union will know if they change. But they're not the left Democrat. They're what I would call most of the time a moderate independent to a slightly right Republican, but they're registered as a Democrat because they belong to a union, the union's going to know. And when I get done going over this 20 minutes of how it's impossible for the union to know how you voted, they're like, well then, yeah, I'd probably change my votes to da-da-da, but I thought I'd lose my job. So I think that's another factor. We're starting to see the electorate wake up and realize, and we're seeing a lot of pushback against a lot of these groups of financing.
That's sort of the question about when you're talking about that, because you can always have somebody join you in a a quiet room and say, hey, I'm actually probably more like you than you think, but that doesn't really mean anything unless it comes to a change in filling out the ballot. So what you're saying, it seems like, is people are waking up to these sorts of things to where we might start seeing changes on those ballots.
And I think, whether you like him or you don't like him, one of the many commercials that Spencer Pratt put together that I found amusing, but I found it very truthful, was the one where there's 3 guys in the backyard with a barbecue. Their wives are inside, and the guys are like, I'm not MAGA or anything, but I think I'm going to vote for Pratt. Mm-hmm. And then the next one's like, well, I'm not this or anything, but yeah, I'm going to vote for Pratt. And then it moves to the women inside because the guys automatically assume the women aren't. And all the women are like, oh yeah, I'm voting for Pratt. But out in public, that's not what they're saying.
Yeah.
And that's what tonight is going to be really interesting to see is there's been so much put out by the Democrats in the LA mayor race, by the Democrats in the gubernatorial race that said, we've locked this up. This is how we've done it. This is the millions of dollars. And that's the other thing. This is going to be very interesting to see the cost per vote. Something that we've talked about before in previous times we've got together around elections, primaries, and generals, is how much it costs per vote. And we can look at that from a city election where I've seen them like in Orange County go from about 50 cents a vote to several dollars per vote just over the last couple cycles. Evidently, in the gubernatorial, there was no limit to how much because Steyer threw in hundreds of millions of dollars into it. But now we're going to get to see, was that effective? Or has the electorate said, I can't be bought? And that's going to be interesting tonight as we see the results over the next couple of days.
Or is that just a general evolution, right? I mean, that traditional style of ad campaigns, spending hundreds of millions of dollars versus an AI video that doesn't really cost you anything. You're just putting it on social media and it's going viral. But what I was sort of looking to when I brought that up was to just kind of take note, and this is something that we talk about a lot too in the context of Second Amendment legislation, is that there is currently a supermajority in Sacramento of Democrats. And I think this is important, and you mentioned this a lot on our videos. This is, when it comes to Second Amendment legislation, this is not a Republican versus Democrat thing. We have Republicans that abstain from votes or sometimes even vote against their Second Amendment rights, and you have Democrats that vote for sometimes.
Or don't vote and help us block the bill.
Exactly. So while that absolutely does happen, we do still have that Democrat supermajority, which has made it a little bit easier because while some Democrats may vote for Second Amendment rights, a lot of them don't. So the question is, do we see any leaks in that barricade that they've built for themselves with the election tonight? And if we don't, how do we break through that?
So that's an excellent question. I mean, we've had the supermajority kind of in this locked place since 2012. We had one real brief reprieve for a year, but it was very brief. And there's two things that we got to get past. Number one is, on the vast majority of bills, a simple majority is all they need to pass. So I think our community in particular has like blamed everything on the supermajority. And here's where the supermajority hurts us. It hurts us if there's an urgency clause, and that would be that like the moment the bill's passed, the governor has to sign it and immediately goes into law.
Like Assembly Bill 73.
Yeah, exactly. But, short of that and a couple other issues, the supermajority, it's fragile right now because there is definitely a couple of tracks. I don't think it's going to happen tonight, and I've said that before, but by 2028, if we do well in 2026 and keep that momentum going, we can pull it back. I think one of the things that people have to realize is that the pendulum has swung both ways several times in California's history. CRPA has survived it for 150 years, and I have no reason to doubt that we won't survive it for 100 more. But what that's going to come down to is that we have to stay very active, and that's something I really appreciate our partnership, because you really encourage people in videos that I'm not even on. You've got to stay active, and you would not hire an employee to take care of your family and then never monitor them. That's my role. My role is to tell you what your employees are doing, and then when you don't like what they're doing, fire them. And that's what tonight in November is about: firing those employees.
Well, hopefully we can see some of that. Whether or not it breaks the supermajority could be one thing, but we could definitely take a step in the right direction today. If there is one thing that we have definitely seen coming into today is that the enthusiasm for the Republican side is certainly up.
Yep.
And of course, this is in the context of early mail-in voting, but enthusiasm for the Democrat side is down. But I guess while we're framing the election here, let's talk about endorsements. Not necessarily, we can talk about CRPA endorsements in a little bit, but can you talk to me about endorsements in general and how they work within elections? Are these something that tends to be more of a game changer, or not really? It's just showing where these people get support from.
So there's many people right now arguing that the whole endorsement process is about to become a relic in politics. I'm not so sure that's true, but I'll tell you where the two arguments basically come from. Argument number one is a lot of candidates try to rush out there as fast as they can to get the most endorsements, because the feeling is the more endorsements they have, the more money they're going to collect. And that could be true with some of the bigger donors, but we have campaigns. We could look outside the state, like AOC runs a very effective small money fundraising operation. People that are given $25, $50, $100 aren't going to websites to read, well, who's endorsed. They're just not that in touch. So, there's that argument. The other argument is endorsements, depending on who they're from, can hurt you in a campaign. And so, you can have like a law enforcement group say, oh, I think this would be a great candidate in this district, and that district's anti-law enforcement. Well, that was the kiss of death. So endorsements are very tricky. That's why we have a policy within the PAC that if a candidate has got a great grade and we reach out and say, hey, we'd like to endorse you, and they're like, please don't.
Yeah. Because
I'm in a very tight race. We don't. There are other groups that are like, oh, well, you don't want us to endorse you, and they actually turn on them. So, but I think endorsements are becoming a relic because endorsements do not imply money being transferred. So that's the other thing. It used to be that when you got endorsed, you got a check. That's not the case anymore.
Well, I mean, it is something that has still worked in the confines of these elections. I'm sure we'll continue to see them, but I guess that is something that can be important going into 2028, understanding that as you're looking at those, there could very well be organizations that support these people that don't show up on the endorsements page specifically because of the race that they're in. Right. And you can also, I guess, see other people endorsed because the first person was asked and told, please don't, and then they just turn on them. So that is pretty interesting. But since you talked about money, let's talk about money. You already kind of mentioned it when you mentioned Tom Steyer, and the way that he's been throwing around money in this election. So
hundreds of millions of dollars.
How big of an impact does that play? within an election. I mean, you're literally talking about buying votes. So how big of an impact does the money actually count for, as opposed to, or I guess, is it a correlate of people going to the ballot box?
That's an excellent question. There's a lot of people in my side of the industry that spend obscene amounts of money and time trying to figure this out. It's not universal. We can look at a couple of the previous campaigns. One campaign, Katie Porter running for Congress, was very effective. I think she bought like every bus stop, everything in her district, and just owned it for like 4 months. So all you saw was Katie Porter, mom, vote her into Congress. And she barely won. Like, it was a very close election.
That was a tight race, yeah.
So that speaks to lots of money going out. And the problem is, a lot of her donors looked at that and went, well, that wasn't an effective use of the money. So where Tom Steyer, I mean, it's remarkable to me. He rips on Donald Trump for having money and self-financing, and he's self-financing. So obviously when one party does it, the other party shouldn't do it. And I think the electorate's waking up to that, because you hear from both Republicans and Democrats are like, come on, give me a break. But I also think that money it's how you buy time on the air. And that's what's interesting to me too, is I think some of the electorate's trying to wake up and go, now wait a second, in order to get a position, maybe in a debate, in order to get a position other places, does ad time bought with that agency impact that? And I would argue, obviously, you want to pay your bills, you want to give yourself nice fat raises. So if a candidate's able to come in and pay a lot of money for advertising, I'll bet you money that they're going to get a favorable rating from that news outlet.
Sure. Well, that's fair. I'm sure that you've been looking at a lot of the data and statistics on these things as time has been going along. What can you tell us, I guess, specifically pertaining to money? Has the governor race really drawn out here? You mentioned Tom Steyer. I think the last thing I saw on him was he was up to like $200 million.
Correct.
What about the other candidates, though? What kind of money is being poured into this race by the other ones?
It's not just money, it's the timing of the money too. It's been really interesting to watch. I mean, you've got Steve Hilton, who it's been hard to pin down to exactly how much money he's spent. I haven't followed real closely what Chad Bianco has spent, but those two have obviously been going after it. You have the endorsement of Donald Trump, which, we're going to find out how effective that was or wasn't.
I got an article for that one.
Yeah, good. But so you have to also look at too, like, this is a primary. So let's say hypothetically, I mean, there's still time, and so no one take this as me telling you which way to vote. But at the end of the day, if you have somebody like Hilton get through against whichever Democrat, and ends up being a Dem and a Republican going at it, well, that Trump thing, Californians seem to have a lot of them. What they call that Trump derangement syndrome, and would just vote against him just because of that.
Yeah.
So there's that endorsement thing of like, it might work on the short term, but on the long term it could be deadly. And it's not like you get to go, oh, well, that was just for the primary. Yeah, no.
Well, I guess what I was trying to get at, not necessarily like pertaining specifically to this race, but it's a primary, first of all. So we've got the generals later. Generally speaking, though, in a gubernatorial race, and I don't know if this is impossible to answer because it's different every time, but generally speaking, how much money would we see poured into a race?
Well, I want to go back to the misnomer of it's just a primary. I think a lot of people are like, I don't need to vote during the primary because you know what, Kevin? There's a November election.
Sure.
And that's actually false. There are many, many seats that will be secured today.
Yeah.
They will not be running in November. Like if you are running for mayor of LA, kind of a big thing that right now. And let's just say Spencer Pratt got 54% of the vote. There is no November it's over.
Well, that's fair. Guys, if you haven't gotten out to vote yet, go and do it now. You can get these people in their seats now.
We have some candidates like Assemblymember Alanis. Juan Alanis ran unopposed. So like probably in the first hour, he was voted into office today, for another 2-year term. We got some other places where if the leading candidate gets enough of the votes, it's done. So that's what's going to be very interesting. We've got some, and we'll talk about them as we go on through the night, but we have some really interesting because of the redistricting races. But going back to the other part of your question, not just about tonight's elections, the importance, but also finances with those. There are some people that are running into red. They've taken out loans, they've put out personal money, and then it's, if they're not successful tonight, how do they pay that debt off?
Yeah, which can be tough. But I guess the spirit of the question is how much money would you expect somebody running for governor to spend in a campaign?
So I'm going to answer this with two things. Number one, you got to think about any political office, the amount of money spent to get the job versus how much you get paid to do the job.
Doesn't add up.
Should answer everybody's question, are these candidates purchased? The answer would be yes.
Sure.
But this governor's race, it's going to depend on who wins, but we're already talking between all the candidates that are the primary candidates running tonight, we have probably exceeded easily $500 million.
Which is just insane to think about.
In a state that says we don't have enough money to pay off our own debts.
Yeah, exactly right. Because that's about that political influence at the end, right? You gotta spend it to get it. The reason why I ask though is because we do kind of have different levels of races, right? You've got governor, which you would say probably the higher percentage of people are paying attention to. You've also got an attorney general's race, which I want to dig into with you tonight, which I think can be super important, and there is promise here for the Second Amendment community. Mm-hmm. But comparing and contrasting like a governor campaign versus an attorney general campaign versus a state assembly or Senate campaign, do you see a disparity in the amount of money you would expect?
Yeah, it depends on the location. Like a state assembly campaign in an area that's heavily favored by one part or the other, it's a pretty low income thing. And then that's where this gets really interesting. You will have people still raise $1 million, but they might only spend $150,000 on their campaign. But now that war chest goes to help out other candidates in neighboring areas to help them get across the line that maybe weren't as good a fundraiser. The other part of this too that I want to highlight is you got to look at some of these candidates after, the mass amount of money that's spent to get to the office for an office that doesn't pay that much money. And you look at what their net worth is going in and their net worth after a couple of sessions.
Doesn't add up.
It doesn't add up. And at a time when the American Californian, for example, is paying such high taxes, is being pushed in such hard ways, you really have to question it.
Well, and the reason why I kind of ask is you've already mentioned it once, and I'm hoping what you can do is you can kind of lay this out for us and how this system actually works. When you say something like, 40 cents a vote, what does that actually mean when you say that? Are people literally purchasing votes? What does that language actually mean practically?
Fair. What that means practically is when this election is over, we'll just take a city like where we're at in Huntington Beach. They will look at how much the votes in November, how many votes were cast, how much was spent, what the results were. And then that will come up with a number that's very easy to figure out of this is the total budget, this is the total number of votes, that's the cost per vote. And so,
there's no guarantee there that somebody's going to vote for you.
No.
So this is literally just a cost-benefit analysis that you're talking about. Generally speaking, I'm going to try to reach this many people, and I'm going to spend this much money to do it. And afterwards, if I win, I can say I spent 30 cents a vote. Right,
but what you have to look at is, so like what I was going to say with the city election was you had to look at why there was such a dramatic spike in the cost per vote. And it was because Governor Newsom wanted to change the way the city of Huntington Beach was taxed, the way the housing was happening to it, which started a series of different political issues within that community. But he brought in a lot of money external from the city in order to influence that election. And that's where the electorate has to wake up and start realizing.
Well, fair enough. Speaking of Gavin Newsom, he's not necessarily up for any sort of election, but we expect
he is.
We expect he will be in 2 years in 2028. I just kind of think about the governor and his crony. AG Bonta, though, however, is in a race.
Yes, he is.
I know this is something that you watch closely as well. How are because I haven't looked it up recently. How are both Newsom and Bonta polling at this point in time?
Well, Newsom his favorability ratings are fairly low for a governor exiting California. He's had a budget crisis. He's had a lot of other crises. This isn't about Newsom tonight, but in some ways it is. In some ways, this may be a referendum against those who support him. And so we're going to get to see if that actually happens or plays out. We'll get to see how angry the voters really are over those issues in various parts of the state. But if you were to look at the Attorney General's office, this is an area where all of us need to wake up. The Attorney General in California has a lot more leadway and a lot more power, some would argue, than the governor does per the California Constitution, and much more power than many attorney generals do in other states here in the United States. And so the advantage of an attorney general is, let's take one of the most famous cases that is currently being tried by the attorneys for the California Rifle Pistol Association, the Duncan v. Becerra, now Bonta, that keeps changing with whoever the AG is. Had you had like a Dan Lundgren in the past, which goes way, way back, but a Republican AG could have said, yep, and our good judge down in San Diego said, yep, not constitutional. Okay, we're done. And that would have been the end of it.
Right.
But when you have somebody like Harris and then Becerra and now Bonta, they've all been like, yeah, we don't care what the judge says. We're going to keep appealing. So, yeah, if you got a good attorney general in that said, yeah, when the judge said it's unconstitutional, we're not playing games, it would save the California taxpayer and our community a ton of money.
That is all taxpayer money that is going
on both
to
sides.
Those attorneys.
That's
so
the ridiculous
if
part.
you think about being on the Pro 2A side, not only are you funding organizations like CRPA to bring these lawsuits up, but you are also funding the opposition through your taxes, because that's how those attorneys get paid also. Right. And then the legislature just comes around like they did a couple of years ago, which was, I think it was SB 1327, where they tried to take away our right to get the
funds back.
Yeah, the funds back if we win for attorney's fees. So a pretty ridiculous thing to have to do in the state of California, which is why, it's really time for time for that to change. Absolutely. But I am kind of curious. There was something that I was watching an interview with Hilton. And he was referencing the glass breaking moment that Newsom came out and said when he was like, talking about how there was a possibility that the Democrat Party wouldn't be represented in the general election come November, but he's going to make sure that doesn't happen. He's got a glass breaking situation that he can enact. But Hilton had an interesting perspective on it, which was basically stating that Newsom's glass-breaking instance is to make sure that Republicans aren't represented.
Correct.
In the November general election. And I mean, his take on it was he doesn't want a Republican on the campaign trail for the next however many months, 4 or 5 months, talking about all the failures in the state while Newsom is trying to build himself up for a presidential bid. So, I mean, you're kind of giving me the affirmative body language right now. I was going to ask, do you see any merit to that?
No, absolutely. And Hilton's not the only one that said it. Chad Bianco said it. To his credit, Bonta even called, not Bonta, Becerra. Yeah, I want to say Beccaria, like his old boss. But, Becerra even brought that up of like, look, Newsom's role, now that we're at this point in his career, he is, and I'll do a shout out to Senator Brian Jones. He's a state senator here out of San Diego, Senate District 40. But he put out these great stickers that a lot of people are sporting the Capitol that has Newsom as a lame duck, which is funny and true. And it gets under his skin. The governor's very thin-skinned. But, I mean, I think this is definitely a time where Newsom wants nobody running against his record. And as long as we get a Republican across the line tonight, that is going to be what's going to be in the news cycle for the next 6 months. And that referendum is a referendum on his presidential bid. And you got to realize that starts in January. So.
Right. When you had all of this speculation, talking about the way that Hilton and Bianco were looking in the polls over a month ago, but when you look at the campaign commercials, I guess it didn't really tell me the same story. I guess is the only way that you could put it. You had Becerra commercials bashing Steyer. You had Steyer commercials bashing Becerra. Neither of them, everybody bashes Trump in their commercials, right? So I guess that's a given, but no mention of Hilton, no mention of Bianco at all. That sort of tells me that their focus is on beating the other Democrat. It's not necessarily on beating the Republican. Your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are twofold. One of the ploys that political parties will use, and I think the Democrats in California have been using, is if we don't mention the Republicans, then nobody will notice that there are Republicans running for governor, and they'll just focus on, the only choices are the Democrats, and which one do you want to vote for? At the same token, that can hurt you, because then there's no negative voice. The Republicans have done quite a good job of beating up on each other. It has not been a clean campaign. We've had a candidate that has been pretty heavy-handed with the other one. And again, I'm not going to say names because I don't want to influence this last 2 hours of election and get accused of that. But, I think if people really look at this, we can see. I remember calling you up from the airport because I was going up to Sacramento, and Katie Porter was on the same plane.
I remember this.
And I was trying to joke about, like, please God, no matter how mad people are at Katie Porter because her interview with her staffer just come out, please spare me. Don't take the plane out, while we're flying to SAC. But at that time, she was like the front runner. Everybody thought, like, long as Harris didn't jump in, this is going to be Katie's race to lose. And now here we are on election day, and she's been polling somewhere between 4% and 6% with a 3% margin of error, which is like, yikes. Yep. She went from
a couple bad interviews will do that to you, though.
Yeah, and beating up verbally on your staff.
Yeah.
And saying it was no big deal. Probably not a good selling point. But if you look at you also look at the different political stories. You got Mahan, who has tried to portray himself as, hey, I'm the mayor that could do everything. A lot of people have questioned that. You've had Becerra that has tried to use arguably his background and tried to make this from the first debate. He came in from nowhere and tried to say, they're trying to shut me out because I'm a Latino, trying to break that vote, which I think is also very interesting because, Latinos make up just about the majority right now of voters in California by race and culture. And they've always been a vital part of California history. They were here before a lot of the white people came across the country, into it. So California's got a very rich Latino heritage, and Latinos have been migrating away from the Democratic Party in large swaths. And I think that spells some differences for the elections in 28 and 30. We also see the Asian community changing sides. It used to be, if they were older Asians, like 65 and older, they were going to lean more to the right. If they were younger, they're going to lean more left. We're seeing that's changed. We're seeing our newest generation, as it's emerging into electorate, they're more conservative than historically. We're seeing the focus on, religion, everything else coming into this gubernatorial races. And I think it's telling that when you go back up there and you look at, Steyer has, this last week, tried to position himself with the transgender community, thinking there's votes there to get him across the line. It's very interesting, and this is where the analysis is going to get very deep over the next couple of weeks of what were the deciding factors.
Sure, although if there is one thing that we can know right now, it's that we are moving away from Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
So let's
God.
Well, let's talk about that for a little bit. They say sometimes it's better to be in company with the devil you know instead of the devil you don't. So let's talk for a little bit about what it means to move away from Gavin Newsom. So my initial thought goes straight to Javier Becerra. I think we got a pretty good idea of what Becerra is going to look like as a governor. We saw him as the attorney general, send his minions to fight us on all of our lawsuits at the time. from everything that I've kind of read and heard about Tom Steyer is that he is extremely progressive and that he is toning it down for these elections, which leads me to believe that he would kind of have the same pattern. But amongst the Democrats, and again, this is in the context of moving away from Newsom, as far as you're concerned, because, you've probably got the closest job to this, right? Does this feel like more of the same potential, or does it seem like it could go harder away from understanding what the Second Amendment should be for Californians, or closer to getting towards that Constitution?
Well, I know there's people watching this tonight from out of state. We have oppositional people, obviously, on the feed watching this. I'll say from my personal perspective, if Steyer got in, we could kiss the Second Amendment goodbye in California. He will do everything he can to dismantle it. I know a lot of you out there are going, come on, Rick, it's already been dismantled. That's not true. It's taken some really nasty hits. I'm very well aware of it. But we're also gaining some ground currently. But I think if Steyer got in and he got the right other people got elected at the same time, that's going to be a really brutal fight. And I would pray to God that we got Michael Gates as the Attorney General, because that'd be the only way to stop it. And which, again, is my pitch of why we need to get out and vote Gates in as the Attorney General, because that is our best save in this election. Looking at Becerra, look, I'm not a fan of Javier Becerra at all, but Becerra worked for Newsom. Here's my fear factor. Bonta will lean even heavier against us if Steyer got in. But if Becerra got in, you can get shocked and surprised. Everybody, I remember, Kevin, when everybody was so excited because I'll be back, got elected as our governor. We have Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Terminator. The Second Amendment is saved. Yeah, not.
Right.
Because he wasn't who the Republicans thought he was going to be. He wasn't pro-Second Amendment. He wasn't anti, but he was pretty weak on our subject when you looked across the board. That wasn't true of some of his predecessors. When they said they would back the Second Amendment, they did. Pete Wilson was a fine example in our history. A lot of people want to point to Ronald Reagan. Great Republican, but Ronald Reagan was not that solid on the Second Amendment when you look at it. So that's when you could look at a Javier Becerra, and maybe he moves more center because he doesn't want to be brushstroked with the Newsom brushstroke.
Right.
But Mahan and Steyer, I think, want to find ways to go far left of where Newsom's been at. And those would be bad. On the Republican side, because I want to be fair, on the Republican side, I've known Chad Bianco for the better part of about 10, 12 years now, and he has always delivered on everything that man has promised he would do on the Second Amendment and then some. Steve Helton, I don't see that track record anywhere. I know what he has said, but I also know what we personally went through to try to get him to answer a questionnaire, which we thought he had, and we found out it was campaign staff. It wasn't him by his own admission. So that troubles me, because you would think he would want the Second Amendment community to know where you stood.
Right. That is like a little bit of an actual knowledge factor. We have seen a record from Chad Bianco, but I guess the question more so, what would it be transitioning, from a Newsom to a Bianco or a Hilton?
Yeah, so if we did those transfers, again, it comes down to who got elected in the Senate and who got elected in the Assembly and who got elected as the AG. It's the flip. So say Bonta wins, Gates doesn't. Well, now you have a AG, and especially in the case of Bonta, you got to realize his wife is a prominent player inside the legislature. He often walks into places where other people's spouses aren't allowed to walk into. Yeah. So as a result, that could be a very tough dynamic too. And that's why you would want to get, like I said, Gates is a great block against a Dem governor choice, but he is also, that is just like the perfecta or the trifecta if we could get him in along with a Republican governor.
Well, we haven't really paid that close attention to an AG race. on the live stream before. So I'm looking forward to this one to see if we can get some real steam behind Gates. Because
if you haven't voted, again, I'm going to push for you to go vote for Gates because I think anybody watching the channel knows that Kevin and I are pretty far right on the Second Amendment, and Gates is to the right of us. So I think that says volumes.
Yeah, as it should be if you're going to be enforcing the laws that are supposed to be constitutional. So definitely something I'm going to want to touch on with you later. But guys, I mean, this is kind of the framing of the election. If you are new to California's election process, we got a jungle primary here. That means all of these different elections, you can see as many people who want to run as possible. They are all thrown into the mix together, Republicans, Democrats, and independents. And whoever gets the top 2 votes would go to a general election in November unless they get more than 50% of the vote.
And I want to point out, we have an hour and 15 minutes before the polls close. And I cannot tell you enough, many elections tonight will be decided by less than 1,000 votes, which means one vote. If you're in an urban area, think of this. You go through 4 tracts of home and a major cross section. If you moved one vote in 2 of those tracts, that's what decides the election. And so get people to the polls now.
We have talked about this on many YouTube videos, and this is something that you tend to analyze a lot after these elections, especially in places like Riverside and LA where there are more dense populations, and how easily you can flip a district with just a little bit of manpower. That's in the advocacy part, but ultimately with just a few votes. So guys, if you haven't, please go out and vote. There is still time. Put us in your pocket. Bring us with you, but get those votes in. There's still about an hour and 10 minutes left to do that.
And it saves you money, folks, because if we can get the right people in, I'm going to tell you right now, just think of how much you're spending for your car license tags. You look at other states with similar populations, and they're literally paying somewhere between 1/5 and 1/9 of what you pay. And how does that happen? You vote the right people in the office.
That's what we're constantly pushing for, and that's what we're hoping we see tonight. So we're going to be here for it, and we're going to be hanging out for a few hours here, guys. So we're not going to see any data come in until the polls close at 8. So we've got some stuff that we can talk about. I guess we can start here. Jacob, if you can, go ahead and pull up this first article, Rick. And I guess I tend to be a self-proclaimed optimist, but this is one of those things that I kind of find myself being a pessimist about. Let's go ahead and read. This is pertaining to polls, you guys. So it reads like this. Republican Steve Hilton is tied with billionaire Democrat Tom Steyer ahead of Tuesday's primary election, and an exclusive California Post poll has revealed. The poll, conducted from May 26th through 28th, shows Hilton and Steyer tied for first place at 25% support each. The results were bad news for Democrat Xavier Becerra, who's been considered a favorite to win. The former Health and Human Services Secretary came in third at 19%. A distant third, which I guess they meant fourth, is Republican Chad Bianco on 10%, followed by Democrat Katie Porter on 7%, and San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan on just 6%. The poll carries a margin of error of 3.5% and was conducted with a high 95% confidence level. So actually, you know what? Before we talk about this, and I'll get into why I'm a little bit of a pessimist on this, we might not talk about Katie Porter a whole lot tonight. I'm kind of curious.
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with it as well. But I'm kind of curious. She's not currently holding office, right?
Correct.
So if she is out at the end of the night tonight, do we not see Katie Porter for at least 2 more years?
It would depend. There's always another position she could be appointed to. She could also, obviously she can go back to teaching for a while. She could run for a local city election, a special election. So not necessarily, but in general, probably.
So when you're talking about Congress, when you're talking about state assembly, Senate, governor, all of this stuff, it's looking very likely that she could not be in the top 2 in tonight's governor race, at which point we wouldn't really see her in any of those prominent positions.
But I want to go back to that. You know, it's kind of interesting because so many of us want to follow what we see on the internet, what we see in text, what we see in social media. But and that's not unique to this generation. And I'm so sick of hearing people say that because, post World War II America, a lot of young people, have survived horrific times, horrific finances, not knowing if they're going to be able to buy a house, not knowing if they're going to survive the war. And then we had the famous, Truman. And Truman went to bed being told by the media and everybody else that Dewey had won. They had made that front page headlines. And when Truman woke up in the morning, he was waking up with the attitude of, well, it's time to start packing up the White House, Bess, and let's move out. When his staff ran in and said, Mr. President, you won. These polls, it happens all the time in many states and many locations, including here in California, where people are told there's not a snowball's chance, and often there's an upset. And one of those that I will point out to you is if you look at the polling up until about 4 days ago, you know who didn't have a snowball's chance in a very nation-focused campaign?
Who?
Spencer Pratt.
Oh,
he was polling way down.
Right.
And last couple of days, people are like, holy crap, that boy could actually get 50% of the vote and end it tonight.
Yeah, and I bring this article up almost in a parody kind of fashion, and I'm always reminded of, man, I'll tell you what, I was in college, in 2016 when we were seeing all over the news that Hillary Clinton had a 99% chance to win that election. Really kind of made me think about how exactly are they conducting the polls. So that's kind of my question to you. Do these polls
look at
deserve
the election
trust?
Of 2000. I mean, that was an election that had me in college, grad school for 3 days, not being able to focus because it was like, and we're now going to call it here at AP. Al Gore hits. Oh no, wait, just kidding. No, it's George W. No, just kidding. And we went back and forth for several days, hanging Chad, all sorts of other things. So, election integrity, bad polling,
well, look,
kind of been part of our culture for at least 25 years.
People can make up their mind about that on their own. I guess my question to you is, how exactly are these polls constructed? Why do we see so many of them, and why do they never match each other? Because
every college, every advertising company, every media outlet puts them out. They have a focus, and it's how you ask the question. It kind of goes back, and I want to be very careful, but I think anybody watching this that is, say, over the age of 25, probably remembers that stupid joke you heard sometime in middle school. That's like, if you were in this situation, what would you do? And no matter what your answer was, it was going to be uncomfortable for you.
Sure.
That's how polling questions, I mean, these are people that know how to ask you a question, sometimes the double negatives into it, so you say what they want to produce.
And this one to me was kind of silly. I have not seen one poll. I haven't heard anybody speaking in a way alluding to Tom Steyer being in first in this race ever. Mm-hmm. Yet here's a poll that's produced. It's a poll that's taken over a 2-day period, and it's producing results that say Tom Steyer is at 25%.
Did they pull that outside of a Tom Steyer fundraiser? Where did they do it at?
Well, that's kind of my question. So you're saying that literally anybody...
That's why I always win with you when it comes to who's the better hockey team in Southern California. I always poll outside the Staples Center right after a Kings game.
Yeah, let's be real. You never win that argument, by the way. But so you're basically saying that anybody anywhere with any prerogative can set up a poll to give them the results that they want.
Correct.
And I guess what our job is to do is to try to decipher which of these polls actually have the least amount of slant possible. It's probably not possible to have one without a slant, to actually build kind of a guideline for your expectations for an election. Or you can just hang out the night of and watch the results yourself. Although I guess I should have done this disclaimer, guys, at the beginning. This is California. We're not going to see any results tonight. We're hanging out because we're trying to have some fun. Nobody's making us be here.
Nope.
This is just
We're
something.
not getting paid to be here.
Sort of something that we did a couple years ago and had a blast doing it. So we thought if you wanted somebody to hang out with during this election, that you could absolutely do that. But this is California. This isn't any of these other states that can somehow get the final counts for their elections the night of. This is probably going to go into next week.
Yeah. Easily.
Yeah, so we'll probably see the results next week. The primary goal here tonight is to just kind of give you guys some information, things that we've been talking about leading up to this election and kind of being here for it when it happens. I personally still have that spirit of election day. I like to vote on election day. I know you've already criticized me for that. We need to get the vote in early. My dad, same thing. He was like, dude, go and vote early. So I get that argument, but it's still like that's the spirit of the elections to me. So I'm glad.
I
glad
salute
we're hanging
that.
out.
I just wanted to make sure that nothing bad happened to you and your vote was counted.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the way some votes are counted. Jacob, if you could pull this one up, Gavin Newsom and the legislature pulled an audible. I guess, would you call this one an audible?
Yeah, it's an audible.
A couple of weeks ago.
I'm glad we're pulling this one up because there's a couple of different angles that we can take on this.
Well, fair enough. Let's go ahead and read here. It reads like this. California Governor Gavin Newsom signed Senate Bill 73 on Wednesday, expanding the state's election security protections by restricting unauthorized law enforcement access to polling places, banning military personnel from voting locations, and making it a felony to seize ballots ahead of the June 2nd statewide primary election. The bill, authored by State Senator Sabrina Cervantes out of Riverside, builds on Senate Bill 851, which Newsom signed in October 2025, criminalizing the stationing of law enforcement at or near polling places without written authorization from county election officials. The new bill additionally empowers California's Secretary of State and Attorney General to veto such authorization, prohibits the warrantless search and seizure of voting machines and voter rolls, and grants the Attorney General, Secretary of State, and relevant election officials the ability to seek injunctive relief and civil penalties against violators. The new law's urgency clause allows it to take effect immediately. We were talking about the supermajority there, and this is what I was referring to, guys.
All right.
In time for the June 2nd statewide primary, Cervantes cited the March 2026 seizure of more than 600,000 certified ballots from the Riverside County Registrar of Voters by Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco as the catalyst for the measure. Bianco, a Republican gubernatorial candidate, launched an investigation into the outcome of the November 2025 special election. The California Supreme Court halted the investigation and the ballots were returned, though Cervantes noted the chain of custody had been permanently broken. So, Rick, I guess the first question for you isn't what is Senate Bill 73. It is what happened with the November 2025 special election with the 600 ballots that were seized. How did that come about? Why did Sheriff Bianco do that?
Those ballots were called into question by several people at the campaign, which instituted an investigation by the Sheriff's Department, which happens throughout the state. This is not the only place this happened, which I was going to note. Chad Bianco is the sheriff of Riverside County. So obviously, when his deputies and investigators had went and seized these as evidence, they were doing their job. Sheriff Bianco, because that's what he is, even though he's running for governor, he's the sheriff. The sheriff executed that, followed the rules, followed the laws. The question I think people need to understand is, why did they attack this when this was not the only county that this has happened in? We had several counties that votes and ballots were counted and examined and everything, and found some major discrepancies when Newsom was able to secure and stay in office and wasn't voted out. Seems in a couple of counties that those weren't accurate, but we don't see that as part of this bill. And this is because in the event today that Chad Bianco ended up either with Steve Hilton closing out Democrats, or in the event that Chad Bianco was one of the two candidates, this is designed to have plenty of dirt to try to beat him up, cast doubt on the person, and to put him down because they see him at the time that they did this bill as a major threat.
So purely a political move.
Yeah.
If we see a certain amount of votes going aimed specifically at Sheriff Bianco.
But if not, here's the thing. Chad Bianco ran a very effective campaign up and down the state. He did an excellent job of bringing people together. He did an excellent job of teaching people about their rights. One of my favorite things he did was showed it, like, when you read the opening statements of the U.S. Constitution, which a lot of people are doing for the first time with the America 250 or Freedom 250, depending which way you roll. They're looking at that, and when you read the first 12 words of the California Constitution, it mentions a faith in God. And he brought that to the forefront of this election. The Democrats do not like that rhetoric whatsoever. So part of this is, say Chad Bianco doesn't secure one of those two positions in this jungle primary. They want to make sure Chad Bianco doesn't stay the sheriff of Riverside County and doesn't seek office. They want to destroy him because he has put a serious hurt on Gavin Newsom. And like I said, the governor is very thin-skinned.
And so I guess, that kind of describes what this bill is going to do, but I'll ask you anyways, like, what exactly does Senate Bill 73 do, and how can you aim legislation like that specifically at law enforcement for something like voting?
Well, it's the same thing that you saw that when we passed a proposition that said, no, we want people to go to jail when they stole stuff, and we've watched currently our Assembly and Senate passing bills along party lines using that supermajority to weaken what we, the voters, said we wanted strengthened up. And yet, that is the same legislature that will say, as we know here in the Second Amendment community, when we fight against the hell of Prop 63 that Gavin Newsom ran when he was lieutenant governor, becoming governor, and led to the Rhodey case, led to the Duncan case. Oh, we can't fix that because, you know what, that was a ballot initiative. We, the legislature, can't fix that. But by God, when we ran a ballot initiative that said we want the law enforcement and our judicial system to be tougher on crime, that's all this legislature has done, is run legislation to try to weaken it.
And we've definitely talked about that in our legislative videos. That's kind of a primary gripe. It's normally coupled with circular legislation that we
Right.
kind of talk about, where you create legislation that creates a problem so that you can create more legislation to so-called fix the problem, but really it makes the problem worse, and that just circulates
and
on.
I have to bring it up. This is why we're seeing so many people come into our community, especially women, who are like, this is stupid, but we've got to teach them that they can vote however they wish to vote and fire these people that are doing this to them.
So it kind of alludes to it in this article. Yeah, it kind of alludes to it in this article here. But what does Senate Bill 73 actually do?
I don't want to comment on the fine tuning of that because that's not a bill that I fought, and so I don't understand everything it does tonight. But I will tell you that it is coupled with the other bill that was mentioned in the article. It does strengthen it. It does give the legislature and the governor the ability to stop any sheriff from investigating any election.
Well, then let's focus on one that we did follow closely. You already mentioned a proposition, but perhaps for this.
I want to go back to, just so you know, I didn't have the information on all the little mechanisms of it, but overarching the argument on the 73. Bill 73 is it shuts down the possibility for investigations into elections, which you have to ask yourself the question that was asked by David Tangipa, who's a fantastic assembly member out of the Central Valley, who basically looked at everybody and said, so let me get this right. You are passing along party lines that you don't want to have investigations because you believe in election integrity.
Yeah.
What?
I wonder how many times that's happened throughout history, not in the U.S., but in other parts of the world. Banning investigations into an election can be a serious
it's been
issue.
A precursor to some of the worst governments this world has ever known.
Right. Well, let's talk about lines for a second while we're kind of mentioning other countries. This is something that I wanted to touch on just so you could kind of, I guess, continue to frame this election, and that's Prop 50. Jacob, if you could pull it up. I brought up an article, just wanted to remind everybody what happened earlier, as well as how it can frame not just this election, but upcoming elections as well. It reads like this. California voters on Tuesday overwhelmingly approved Governor Gavin Newsom's measure that allowed the state to redraw its congressional map in favor of Democrats, pushing back against President Donald Trump's efforts to hold on to Republican-controlled Congress by urging redistricting in Texas. Tuesday capped off a whirlwind bipartisan 2.5-month campaign for one of the most expensive ballot measures in state history. Supporters poured more than $120 million into Newsom's committee supporting the measure. Opponents raised just $44 million. Outside groups spent $27 million to sway the vote. In a triumphant speech, Newsom proclaimed that Prop 50's victory was not just a win for California, but a win for the entire country. He called on leaders in the Democrat-held states of Illinois, Virginia, Maryland, and New York to meet the moment and redraw their congressional districts too. And we kind of saw one of those happen and fail, right, in Virginia. Instead of agonizing over the state of our nation, we organized in an unprecedented way, Newsom said. Tonight, I'm proud, but I'm very mindful and sober of the moment we are living in. Donald Trump does not believe in fair and free elections, period and full stop. Prop 50's passage that's kind of highlighted by SB 73, isn't it? No. Prop 50's passage marked a significant victory for the governor, who took a political risk on the measure, calculating it would give the state's Democratic voters who are frustrated with the Trump administration a way to fight back. So the reason why I want to bring this up, I guess, first of all, let's even frame this. And guys, just as a reminder, Prop 50 is only for congressional districts, right?
Correct.
So we're seeing allegedly we're seeing and allegedly will redo it in 2030. Was it? But
that's not true. That just affects. That's what they say, but.
Well,
we'll get into that.
I think we should. I think you should enlighten us. But as far as the way that Prop 50 was proposed, it is just for federal congressional districts. So we have the state assembly, we have the state senate, we've got governor, we've got attorney general, we've got lieutenant governor. All of these positions supposedly not affected by Prop 50, just the congressional districts. But the one thing that's always kind of bugged me about the campaigning for Prop 50 was that we needed to push back on Trump's, intervention into Texas. And that's just really not how it happened, right? I mean, you had Texas, as they should, do a census in 2020. They redrew their maps in 2021, and it was the Biden administration that came and sued them, saying you need to draw districts along racial lines, citing the Voters' Rights Act, which the Supreme Court has later overturned because of the Calais decision out of Louisiana. But they sued the state of Texas, saying you need to be more racial about this. And then the state of Texas came back and countersued, and it was tied up in the courts. And then Trump came into office and said, well, now I've taken over the federal DOJ. I'm going to drop this lawsuit as the federal DOJ, which allowed Texas to implement their maps that they tried to implement in 2021. I don't really see how that is actually Trump saying we need these votes, redraw these lines.
It isn't.
They were already redrawn. So why take that approach?
Because Gavin Newsom has a losing record. If you look at his record on the homeless, the record on fire prevention, we can go down a long list. They're all losses. So the only way to keep people voting for him is to distract them. And one of the key ways that corrupt leaders do that is to say, well, looky over here, this person's worse than me. And so he's built Trump into being a boogeyman. Trump's made mistakes. Everybody does. But one of the things that he has done is he's accused Donald Trump of doing things that he hasn't done. Second thing is you've got a governor who's picked a fight with the governor of Texas. And we saw that on the Second Amendment. You're like, oh, okay, so you're going to do this thing over abortions. Well, I'm now going to tie that to the Second Amendment. I'm going to punish people on the Second Amendment in California and hold them hostage. What's remarkable is if, Jacob, you could put that article back up the last one we just had. I want to point to something that we highlighted because I think it's so incredibly salient for people to be able to see. And that is Newsom makes the argument in Prop 50 several times. I did this to defend the Democratic voters in California. Excuse me, Governor, your job is to represent all Californians. All Californians. That's what the governor is supposed to do. When you choose that I'm only going to go there where he says, to give the state's Democratic voters who are frustrated with the Trump administration a way to fight back. There is some unconstitutionality in that when you look at it. That's inciting fights that should not be fought. When you look over here and he talks about what he's trying to do, that it's just for the congressional races. It's not. And what I was going to point out to you was, if you look at congressional races, with this redistricting, he has made, I can look at Congressional District 1. It goes all the way up the coastline and then reaches over into an ag community. Well, what that does is that means Mark McGuire, state senator running for that district, has a huge war chest. It's being backfilled by Nancy Pelosi and others. But he doesn't going to need it, because with all the votes he's going to bring in from the North Bay Area and Marin, it will be a landslide of Democratic votes. So what's he going to do with all that money, Kevin? Oh, and there it is. That's how he topples cities, topples county boards of supervisors, and then topples the assembly and state senator districts within his district, because he's got this war chest that can outsupply his opposition. And that's how he turns a red area into a blue area.
And that, I guess that is the idea that's along the lines of what we saw in Virginia, right? Like they took a lot of rural areas, and then they took these nice little slivers all the way up into, one of the densely populated Democrat places that is Richmond. Although here's the only difference. Like, Virginia failed. They got taken to court, and they got told you can't redistrict this way. In Louisiana, that failed. They said this is racial. You can't do it that way. So they had to redraw the maps. Why doesn't it fail here?
Because in both of those states, you actually had people, voters, who were also screaming at the top of their lungs, going to the media, saying this isn't right. Here's what the voters haven't woken up to in California, in my opinion. We've had a governor and a legislature that said, oh, you got this wonderful ballot to, as we've already discussed, to be tougher on crime. Totally ignored it. That was also our ballot measure to create an independent group to draw the lines. And the governor doesn't like that ballot measure because it's not what he wanted. So he enacted the supermajority to bring in Prop 50 and to do it, and brought in all this money from outside the state to get it. This is a governor who's more of a dictator, personally, in my opinion, because the will of the people that he is elected and takes an oath to represent has been, in just those two propositions, he's done everything to overturn them.
Yeah, which is really bad. But needless to say, it happened.
Yeah.
It is now instituted, and so I guess.
But we'll never know how accurate those votes were, because then he also passed 73,
right,
which doesn't
and we
allow
can't
for
investigate
an investigation.
Yeah, so I guess you're building layers there, which.
And then they say, why do people have conspiracy theories? And it's because you give all the fodder for those theories.
Sure. But again, what I was getting back to was, it is here. So what exactly has it cost us? The redistricting specifically. I can't remember. Was it 9 seats that it essentially?
That's what we'll find out tonight, if it cost us those 9 seats.
Well, why is it only 9 that we're looking at? The redistricting, did it have the same number of districts?
We've lost 1 seat because we've had an exodus of people from California, Kevin. That might be shocking to some. And we're on course to possibly lose another 1 to 2 seats here in California. Texas is, I heard, gaining those, possibly Tennessee or Florida, because that's where those people move.
People are going there.
But, and I'm not trying to be funny, those are realities. They were specifically trying to get rid of certain politicians that have been a thorn in their sides, and so they targeted those districts with this proposition. One of the easiest to see is Kevin Kiley's district. I mean, it is insane, the cutting and pasting that they did. In the McGuire Open Congressional District 1, where tonight we have the special election against Gallagher and McGuire on the old non-Prop 50 rules, and then there'll be in November for the new Prop 50 rules. That's the same issue that we're having there. Is Gallagher, in my opinion, will win this primary and probably have the shortest congressional term ever. But this is being done to get rid of people like that they don't want inside of Washington.
Well, fair enough. So that's definitely one of the things that we're going to keep our eye on. Again, guys, those are congressional races. Those are federal races. So we'll see how that shapes up. That's how California is represented in Washington, D.C., right? There are some states out there that have plenty of Republicans in them and have zero Republican representation in Washington, D.C. So we're hoping to avoid that. And we're going to do everything that we can. I guess there is one thing that we really kind of haven't talked about yet, and I want to talk with you again about it. But there is not just the legislative side to the Attorney General's race. There is also the legal side to the Attorney General race. So I was able to have a couple of conversations with Chuck Michel. Guys, if you aren't patrons of the channel and seen Chuck Michel as a guest, he is the founding partner of Michel & Associates, which is one of the premier Second Amendment law firms in the country. We've got them right here in our backyard. They represent a lot of the lawsuits that are going through the federal district courts in California, as well as the Ninth Circuit and Duncan v. Bonta. So getting to talk to him, especially about the legal stuff, is a keen insight into the legal world. I was able to have a conversation. Jacob, if you can play this, just kind of about his thoughts on what it would be like if we were to secure a pro-Second Amendment Attorney General. Let's talk about that now. All right, Chuck. So let's get into litigation a little bit. And we talk about individual lawsuits so much on this channel. I guess for this, and I mean honestly. Recently, it's been a lot of the same when talking about those individual lawsuits. I guess I was just looking to gauge while I had you what your perspective was on these different levels of courts when it comes to Second Amendment litigation as a whole. And we can start at the top. We can start with SCOTUS. Of course, guys, I'm still going to name the lawsuits. We've got our Duncan case, which is up at the Supreme Court case, which is our challenge against the standard capacity magazine limit here in the state of California. There's also a couple other ones up there, Gators Customs Guns, which I believe is the same lawsuit. But Chuck, this with the Supreme Court has been a roller coaster. It went up when they conferenced the case. It went back down because they didn't do anything with it for a while, and then it went back up again because we got a circuit split. Where exactly are we feeling? Where are we now feeling with our feelings on SCOTUS?
Well, we're very hopeful that the two cases that they have accepted will resolve some of the underlying the analytical process that courts have been circumventing. They ignore the methodology from Bruin and apply whatever they think they want to get the result that they want to get. Basically, they bend over backwards intellectually in order to distort the Bruin rulings and decide against the gun control challenge lawsuits. Not just California. This is countrywide. So all of the lawsuits. You've got, again, I've said before, you've got prohibited people, you got prohibited places, and you got prohibited guns. So you've got people, places, and hardware. They've got a people's place. They've got a people's lawsuit case in front of them with Harmani, with the medical or the marijuana user and whether they can ban marijuana users from possessing firearms. They've got a prohibited places with the Wolford case, which is the sensitive places and the vampire rule in Hawaii. And then you've got a number of hardware cases, including Duncan, and Duncan's probably at the top of the list, even though it doesn't cover AR, it doesn't cover semi-automatics. That it's likely that that the Supreme Court is seriously considering. The Duncan case has been postponed as they considered it. I think it's up to like 15 times now, along with some others. So the Supreme Court's getting ready to decide what cases to take on and may very well take a hardware case. The point of this is when you get a ruling on a prohibited places case or a prohibited persons case or a hardware case, the analysis is clarified by the Supreme Court. And then that is used in all of the other pending cases, now you have this authority, even if it's not, even if it's not the same exact issue. Like a vampire rule is different from whether or not you can have firearms on public transport, but the methodology will be the same, or will be clarified in the vampire rule case, and hopefully we'll then be able to apply it in the other quote unquote sensitive places cases where your CCW is invalid. Same with prohibited persons, even though that case is specifically about cannabis. It could apply to any other class of prohibited person, nonviolent felon or whatever. And then you've got the hardware cases, and if they take Duncan, that will clarify how you decide whether or not a arm, or whether or not something is an arm, a firearm component is an arm or not, and then whether or not there is any historical analogy, historical gun control laws that suggest that the founding fathers would have tolerated the modern law. All those things have been twisted. For example, in Duncan, they said magazines aren't arms. They're not covered by the express language of the Second Amendment to begin with, because it's not a right to bear magazines, it's a right to bear arms, and magazines aren't arms. We believe that's complete baloney. But until the Supreme Court clarifies that they are arms and that there are no historical analogs, we're stuck with this twisted methodology that the lower courts have been using. So there's sort of a logjam at the Supreme Court, which will trickle down to all these lower cases once we get clarification from the Supreme Court on those categories.
Yeah, I guess, Chuck, I in a much less educated way, I feel like I'm in your boat, the optimistic boat of being hopeful here. I feel like there are a lot more reasons for the Supreme Court to take this case than there aren't. I guess the only question is going to be, do those few reasons that for them to not take the case, does that outweigh all of the reasons for them to take it? But one of those things that only time will tell on, and we're going to be here for it. So we'll continue following along and wait to see an actual answer on that. But moving our way down to the Ninth Circuit, of course, where the bulk of CRPA litigation is really feels like it's being held right now. You've got the Rhodey case, which is our challenge to the ammunition regulations here in the state of California, which we just heard oral arguments for that went en banc. We just recently saw the Junior Sports Magazine versus Bonta. We saw resolution in that one. You've got the Baird v. Bonta case. So what is the general feeling that you have right now, Chuck, of these cases in the Ninth Circuit? Are we just kind of stalled out while SCOTUS is stalled, or are we seeing movement here?
Well, we're seeing some movement. Baird is now en banc. And the problem is that without that clarification from the Supreme Court, it's subject to interpretation by a judge, and the judges are biased one way or the other, or philosophically inclined one way or another to be kind about it. So you've got it becomes the luck of the draw, and that's not really how this is supposed to work. The Supreme Court lays down a mandate, and courts resist it, and then the Supreme Court has to say, no, you're misinterpreting what we said, and they slap the lower courts down again, and then even the liberal justices are bound to follow that law, that decision from the Supreme Court. But right now, without that guidance from the Supreme Court, a lot of these cases are sort of up in the air depending on what judges you get. So we had a good panel on the en banc panel on Rhodey. Baird has drawn not a good panel on the en banc panel. That's the open carry decision that said a ban on open carry is unconstitutional. So that's not really a good place to be, where it's all a lottery on what judges you get. But the Supreme Court recognizes that there's all this turmoil, and this is not just the Ninth Circuit, by the way. This is most of the circuit courts, and I think they know and even Judge Kavanaugh said we've got to take an AR-15 case either this session, which ends in June, or next session. So I think they know that whether or not all the usual criteria for taking a case is met, they've got to resolve this turmoil and give the lower courts the clarity that they claim they don't have.
So it's almost like an issue with the company, going into a situation where it seems highly politicized. You kind of know where a lot of these judges stand, and to have a lottery through the en banc can kind of make or break a case. makes it a little bit tough. But I guess knowing that the Supreme Court justices are aware of this and can potentially write into some of their opinions some ways to resolve these issues is another reason to be optimistic. What about the lower courts? Go ahead. Did you have something else?
I'm just going to say, one thing in the Ninth Circuit that the Supreme Court can't ignore is that these judges are fighting it out publicly in a way that's very unseemly to the judicial process in the view of the Supreme Court. So they're going to want to calm that down, and that's what they can do by clarifying.
Yeah, something we'll definitely be watching for. I know that a couple of the justices on the Ninth Circuit en banc panel have been very vocal with the last couple cases for the Rhodey case, for the last couple cases that they've seen. So definitely watching how that plays out is going to be something to behold, and we'll be here for it. What about the lower courts, Chuck? And right now, this doesn't just include the federal district court in California. It also includes the state superior courts. As we see, you've got the Blank v. Santa Clara County. That's at a federal district court. That's our challenge on the CCW process in Santa Clara County, right on the heels of the challenge that we had in LA County. You've also got the May case, which went back down to the federal district court. And then in the Superior Court, you've got Poway Weapons and Gear, which is our challenge to the 11% tax on firearms and firearms parts.
And we've also got the challenge to the requirement that FFLs videotape any sale.
Oh yeah, that's the Richards case. So with all of these cases down in that level, are we seeing the same kind of stalling that we see in the Ninth Circuit due to SCOTUS, or are we seeing cases move on that level?
Well, the tax case is its own unique animal. It's partially Second Amendment, but it's partially, it's like a poll tax on a constitutional right. There's a different set of law that governs tax challenges. So that it's a different argument. But the other cases are slightly different issues. Rhodey is the ammunition background check, and if we win Rhodey, then all the other things like the background check for a barrel and all the gun parts, that recent law, that becomes challengeable. But it's not that you necessarily lose in the Ninth Circuit just by filing there. It's that, it depends on the panel and the judges, and we were lucky we got a decent panel in Rhodey. And so it's just, all those, we just can't, but we can't stop, because at some point there will be clarification, and then all of these cases are going to blow up and move forward.
All right, thank you for that. So we are back, and guys, it is 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Polls close at 8, so if you have not voted yet, you have 30 minutes. I urge you to get out and vote. Grab your neighbor, grab anybody you know who has not voted. It's time to get out the vote. We are looking for real change here in the state of California.
And long as you're in line at 8 o'clock, you will be allowed to vote.
Exactly. So again, if you haven't done that already, put us in your pocket, put us on your phone, and get out to the polls and get your vote in. And while you're staying with us here, if you can appreciate, I hope we've earned it. But I could definitely, if you appreciate us hanging out on election night, go ahead and drop us a like, throw some comments down in the comment section. Let's feed the algorithm and get this out to as many people as possible. We are trying to cover the change that we are hoping to see here in the state. So drop a like, share it, subscribe, all of that good stuff. It really is a direct way for you guys to affect change in the state, as that is the primary purpose of CRPA when it comes to Second Amendment rights. And speaking of CRPA, Rick, maybe we can jump back into it here. We talked about endorsements in the broad sense for campaigns going through election season. How exact? I get this question a lot as I'm out and talking to people. I'm sure that you do too.
Never.
First and foremost, I think it's important. Endorsements do not come from the association.
Correct.
Of course, guys, CRPA stands for California Rifle and Pistol association. The association grades campaigns, but doesn't endorse them. So can you walk us through the grading and the endorsement process and let us know exactly how that works with CRPA?
Yeah, happy to. So we come through every political race that we can, literally from, like local fire districts, sanitation districts, water districts, through city councils, up to the county level races, and of course the statewide and the congressional, and and when there's a federal race going on, we do that as well. What we do at CRPA is for the grading, we have staff that will go through and they will look at incumbents. They look at their voting records on Second Amendment issues, and that is compiled. And maybe somebody didn't vote against us; they just didn't vote. That can be just as damaging. And so we tend to look at that. It might not be as damaging if you're a Democrat and chose not to vote. And they know from my position that was in order to support us, that they just didn't vote, so the bill would fail. But it also can go against you, say if you're a Republican, you didn't show up to vote. So that gets taken into it. And plus then they'll look a little bit at social media if it's an incumbent, if it's a brand new candidate, or an incumbent. They're also every election cycle given a 27 specific Second Amendment questionnaire that focuses on all the different aspects of Second Amendment policy in California, and on the national level, what they do and don't support. And depending on how they, if they answer all 27 questions right, of course, they're going to get A grade. There are certain questions that have a little bit more weight. And so if they don't, and just to be fair too, if there's a language problem or something like that, we have had staff that has reached out to make sure. And, to the credit of the vast majority of candidates, if they really feel like, I don't feel like supporting the Second Amendment in this or that area, they will say that. They don't correct themselves. Then comes the CRPA PAC, which is completely separate. It's a completely separate organization, nonprofit. And what the PAC does is the PAC does look at the candidate's complete voting record. They look at all their social media comments. They look at positions they've taken in articles, locally, everywhere else. And just because you have an A grade does not mean the PAC is going to endorse you. And the PAC doesn't endorse every single district in the Assembly or the Senate during the primaries, because sometimes, as is the case in this primary, we have 2, 3, maybe even 4 strong 2A graded people with A's. So we're not going to endorse at that point. Sometimes we will. If we've had, like in one of the districts, we have 2 very well documented A candidates when it comes to the Second Amendment, but we have one who has fought and voted for us numerous times, and so they get elevated and get the endorsement. But the people that endorse within the CRPA PAC are not the people doing the grading. 2 completely separate entities.
2 separate things. Positivity is positivity. What would be do you view this as like a different echelon? What is the difference between an A grade and an endorsement?
So the A grade, the possibility, so everybody knows, it's A, B, C, F, or DNR, and that does not stand for do not resuscitate. That means they did not respond to all the outreach that we've done. And so everybody realizes the staff does not do a one and done outreach. They literally reach out through the websites, through campaign, through anything we get from the secretary or local county. We reach out, and a lot of times those go unanswered. Those become the DNRs. That should tell you a lot as a voter when you're looking at that voting guide. When it comes to the endorsement, what the endorsement implies to the candidate is they're able to take that out and say to anybody on the Second Amendment when they're out there, the California Rifle Pistol Association, with its 150-year history, has, through their PAC, endorsed me as the candidate at this level of a race because my track record shows that I stand for you, even when it's difficult. And especially if you're looking at Assembly or Senate things, it would be very easy to understand somebody selling out the Second Amendment to try to get other things done because they want to stay in office. Every politician starts running for re-election the day after they're elected. But a lot of these people have made courageous stands. I'll toss out one, Heather Hadwick, who is in a very competitive district up in Assembly District 1. It's one of the ones targeted under Prop 50 at the congressional district that sits above it. She has been flipping fantastic, and she has ran multiple pro-Second Amendment and pro-conservation bills, and has fought to get them through into the governor's desk and even got a couple of them signed. So, you compare that to people who are terming out who haven't done one bill as a Republican in 12 years.
Yeah, kind of unprecedented for Hadwick to do that on Pro 2A bills.
Right.
As a freshman up
Letitia Castillo was another one.
in Sacramento.
Down in the Empire, God bless her, she is the one that started the movement to increase the amount of time that your CCW would be on the initial and everything that started with her. We have a Democrat running the bill that was basically the same bill that she introduced, just with some changes to the years. But that's my point. We have some freshmen that have come in that are in very competitive districts who have fought. And so those endorsements weigh a lot in those areas.
Well, can you talk about, I've seen this evolve even with my time at CRPA. Can you talk about kind of the evolution of the focus and importance of this process? CRPA hasn't always done as many endorsements as we've done in this election. So why that increase? And about, do you know off the top of your head, what about is the number for endorsements from the PAC?
I don't have the exact number of endorsements. I'll look it up as we're going through a couple of these different articles, and I can tell you. But in the Senate and Assembly, there is a fair amount of endorsements in the Assembly. And the Senate, it's a little bit lower. And then when it comes to other races, it's kind of hit and miss. Depending on the races, there were a lot of people that said, please don't endorse.
Sure.
Because the election's really, really tight, and they thought that that could hurt them. And that in of itself is a double-edged sword for us because, wow, I get it politically because it's California, but that can cause some of the people within our community to say, well, I don't want to vote for you if you're not willing to stand up and take it on the chin. The counter argument to that is, well, maybe you let them be a Trojan horse and get in and then fight for you. So I understand both of those arguments.
And yeah, fair enough. So with the endorsements that we do have from CRPA, which ones are you really paying attention to during this election? If you've got dozens and dozens, is it that simple? It's literally all
simple.
of them.
It's all of them. Look, we have some incredible people that have put a lot on the line, and I'm going to mention some different people. We talk about the people that win, the people that do things, but in order to win a seat, in order to flip a seat, you got to put some cracks in the ice. And so I'll talk about somebody that, for any of you watching this, start out as a person supporting the CRPA, was already politically active in their county, and that would be Teef Gibbs, who's running for state senate up in Marin County. She was very involved, arguably in the belly of the beast. She has done incredible amounts of work. She has went to the Capitol, and she has pushed back in a lot of areas. And so if she's not successful in getting one of those two positions tonight, it's not for a lack of trying, but what she has done is she has made significant strides within that community. And there's a lot of people that I'm just going to call it what it was, used to hide in the closet and go, yeah, I'm a Marin Democrat, who are now like, no, I'm not a Marin Democrat, I'm a Marin Independent. And some of those have even moved from the Marin Independent to I'm a Republican. So there are some of those people that I think we tend to look at and go, oh, well, they didn't win, they didn't do anything. That's not fair. They have done a lot to set the stage either for another run for themselves or for somebody else. And
you can imagine some of these campaigns will fail tonight. Mm-hmm. Some of them will be victorious. Others of them will go to the general election with the jungle primaries that we have.
But I want to go back to something, because Sunday I think you do so well, Kevin, and I want to praise you. You really work hard with our volunteers up and down the state to do a lot of work, and our volunteers build coalitions in the local area and go out to affect political change. And it's very easy when you're working with the volunteers, and you and I have talked about this, for volunteers to get disheartened. But you have to realize we did not move from, I'll just take Orange County. Orange County didn't move from being like the Republican stronghold of the country into being a purple question mark overnight. That took the Dems working many, many, many failed elections. I remember elections working with a lady against a lady who was running the Democrats in South Orange County. And she was like, you know what? I don't give a rat's rear end, Rick, if I lose into the mid-2000s, eventually we're going to win. I will say the problem on our side, especially the Second Amendment community, was, well, we gave this a try once. And you and I talk about this in legislation. You have to have that zombie attitude of no matter how many times we lose, we're coming back, we're coming back, we're coming back. That's how they're winning and beating us down, and we have to fight equally.
Well, to be fair, that's how we're winning now.
Right.
I mean, we've gotten legislation passed now that we've run multiple years in a row, and
Yep.
yeah. So I guess that's called learning, right?
Right.
Like you observe something that's effective, you learn, and then
Yep.
you adopt it and become successful with it as well. So I think that's fair to say, and
I think we have to do something else. You know, we run the number 1791 all the time because, you know, Second Amendment. Well, it wasn't just the Second Amendment. It was all 10 parts of the Bill of Rights that was in 1791. And I think we sometimes forget that in our community, that all the founding fathers, you know, 250 years later, we're supposed to be studying that leading up to this time. All of them had to fight over and over and over as a minority. And that's where that, you might have seen it, the 3% sticker came from. They were the 3%. They were the minority. They were not the majority.
Right.
And they had to fight and put everything on the line. So a lot of times when I hear people going, oh, wait, you want me to go vote with only 20 minutes left on the clock? Yes. You want me to call a friend? Yes. You want me? That's a lot you're asking me. Really? Did you have to put your house on the line? Did you have to put your job on the line? No, I'm not asking you to do any of those things. But then don't call and gripe to me about what you're paying for gas when, you know, I just got back from Arizona, paid a third of what I was paying here just about, you know, saw clean roads, people paying a whole lot less to license their cars there. Wow. Like, yeah.
The difference is definitely stark, but and that's a fair point, you know. But getting back to I guess the final touching piece I wanted to touch on with CRPA endorsements is the question of what happens after today. Do endorsements stick with people? Do we have to go through an endorsement process again? How are these campaigns who are going to the general election in November going to handle that?
So what you'll see that will come out of CRPA over the PAC specifically, so nothing will change on the grading. The grading will stay there. What you will see happen is obviously where maybe say for a state assembly seat or a state senate seat, there were 8 candidates. Well, now there'll be 2. Yeah, because that's the jungle primary rule.
Sure.
But so that will change, and so those lists won't be quite as long. But when it comes to the endorsement, now what will happen is there may be some trepidation because let's be honest, you could have 2 Republicans that close it out from the Democrats for a position. Both A grades, both strong on the Second Amendment. It does the PAC and the CRPA no good to endorse one person over the other based on that alone, because at that point we're just going to alienate people who are going to get upset. However, other places where maybe we had 2 strong 2A people running and a couple of anti-2A people, now it's a 1-on-1 situation, yeah, that person's going to get endorsed where maybe we didn't endorse anybody because we had multiple good options. So there will actually be more endorsements coming out over the next couple of weeks than we have before tonight.
So I mean, if you guys have been tuning into the CRPA website or the social media where we've been broadcasting the CRPA PAC endorsements,
You're going to see more.
You're going to see more. That list is going to change a little bit after tonight.
Which
After the
it always
results.
makes my social media staff so happy when this happens.
I'm sure that it does. Well, fair enough. I mean, that's something that we will see change. Something else that we've seen change recently in the state of California. Let's go ahead and focus in on L.A. With Spencer Pratt. I know that this is one that you've been excited to talk about. We've had a couple conversations over the last week or so. Jacob, if you can, let's go ahead and pull this up and get a little bit of context here. It reads like this. Pratt's guerrilla campaign materialized this spring amid an avalanche of anger over Bass's handling of twin crises, the Los Angeles entrenched homelessness problem and the 2025 wildfires. The latter issue catapulted Pratt, a social media savvy Republican whose home burned down in the Palisade fires, into the political limelight even before he announced his candidacy in January. This, of course, guys, is for mayor of L.A. He's challenging Mayor Bass. fast. TMZ's relentless coverage of Pratt, it published 3 stories about him Wednesday and 2 the previous day, is hardly an outlier. The California Post, which is the Rupert Murdoch-owned tabloid that launched in January, has also championed the former reality TV star, endorsing him with a cover story last week. Pratt, 42, whose ascent has been at least partly fueled by over-the-top viral AI videos depicting him as a superhero taking on villainous opponents, has also drawn praise from some of the biggest voices on the American right. Trump said he'd like Pratt to do well, and Joe Rogan has offered a full-throated endorsement, although it's kind of funny when you consider Joe Rogan a voice of the right. Still haven't been able to swallow that one yet. But let's go ahead and dig into this. So, and maybe you should just kind of tell the whole story. Is this something, I mean, there's a lot of gripes that you can have living in LA, right?
A few.
I mean, a lot. But is this primarily sparked by the wildfires in the Palisades?
I got that. That was a good dad joke. Sparked, wildfire. Wow. Nicely done.
Thanks.
Okay. So, yeah, a couple of things I want to say about the Pratt issue that's interesting, and one, especially for our community. Spencer Pratt and his wife are very much part of the Hollywood crowd, Hollywood scene, came up in reality television and stuff. I believe it's Heidi Montag's his wife, if I remember correct. And if I don't, I apologize. But, one of the things that was interesting was I got to hear Spencer, and somebody asked him, I think it was a CNN reporter, asked him, like, well, how'd you end up being a Republican? And he said, well, working in Hollywood, you have people that have to protect you because there's crazy people that want to hurt you. And he said, my wife and I had received some serious threats. And he said it was very interesting when the police department said, there's only so much we can do. And if you really want to make sure you have a fighting chance, you need to go purchase a gun and get a CCW. And he said, we weren't those people at that point. He said, so we hired private security, and these were people that had worked in the military. They know what they're doing. And he goes, and even these really cool badasses looked at us and said, we can only do so much. And at the end of the day, you need to own a gun, and you need to go get a CCW and get training. And he said, and then when we brought that up, our Democratic friends are like, oh, no. But the Republican people are like, welcome to reality. And he said, so that's how they became that. The other part of this, too, is people need to realize this guy built a following. I mean, for people that love to watch birds, he built one of, honestly, the most incredible outreaches for hummingbirds. And that is why a lot of people don't get his superhero outfit has a hummingbird on the front of it. And the reason for that was because his hummingbird thing that had millions of people following it burned in the Palisades fire. And Mayor Bass and everybody else treated it like a joke. A lot of the public didn't treat that as a joke. That became emblematic of just the callousness of that office. People also forget there's a third person running in this, which is a city council member challenging the mayor. That doesn't happen, especially in big cities a lot of times. Usually a challenger is an outsider from the city council. So when you look at this, and at the beginning, this was a race between the city council member and, Mayor Bass or Becerro, however he says it, but it means trash. When he does it, he has went after that to the point of now most people don't even mention the third candidate. It's just between Pratt and her. And I think this is, like I said at the beginning, this is going to be incredible if he knocks out the third candidate completely and doesn't take 50% of the vote. This is an incredible move. When you look at all the people that have gathered around him and behind him and beside him, this is an incredible movement. And if he is fortunate enough to get the 50% plus tonight, this is going to send shockwaves. It will send shockwaves no matter what, but it will send multiple shockwaves nationwide.
And I guess the reason why I feel comfortable bringing it up here in the context of this live stream is because we have seen things produced at the city level that targeted gun owners. We've seen them create regulations within cities to force people who have affiliations with the NRA to disclose that for some reason. So there are things that in a place like LA, where you can imagine this sort of thing would happen, and we sued on that, and it was in LA, by the way.
Right.
So, I mean, there definitely can be regulations that a pro-Second Amendment mayor may be able to do. But
and I want to stop you for a second because I like where you're going, but one of the things I want to really point out to our crowd is I wouldn't call it fortunate. It was kind of unfortunate, but I ended up doing a tour of the Palisades about 30 days after the fire. And, you know, I got to see all the posters, all things from some of the homeowners. And I don't want to make this bigger than it was, but, you know, we stopped at a couple of places where, you know, I knew the people that had formerly owned a home that was no longer there, and looked at it and got to talk to some of the people there. And what was interesting is, had you and I been talking about Pacific Palisades, I would have said, well, maybe there's a handful of like very pro-2A people there. There's probably some people that have firearms, but they just don't want to talk about it. It was amazing. Two things that came out of those conversations, Kevin. One was there were quite significant more people that had firearms because they were asking me questions. How do I get the money back from the insurance companies for what I lost in my safes? Oh.
what's in your safes?
Yeah, and then they're telling me, and I'm like, oh. And then the second part of it was how many new people came up and said, I did not realize how wrong I was about not having a firearm until people came to take what little had survived the fire away from me and tried to hurt me. One lady said I almost got killed, and there was no law enforcement around to defend me.
Surely.
And when I went to the mayor, when she showed up and said, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. And when Mr. Pratt showed up, he's like, that's why I want to make Second Amendment more available to everybody in LA.
Right.
I want to give them that ability.
Well, and you know what? That's the sort of thing that kind of like it hits you right here.
Yeah.
When I look at this, I honestly don't know. I don't know what to think. Like, what is the actual story here? I guess at the end of the day, you can tell me it's everything rolled up into one. Is LA really close to like the mayor of New York kind of a thing, where it's just a major metropolitan area in the United States and a lot of people look there? There's a lot of tax revenue in those places because, I mean, living in Orange County, I can't tell you too many things that I've been affected by from the mayor of LA. So is the story here really the way that he's campaigning? What is why is this getting national attention?
Well, I think there's a few things. I think we all can be naive. I've been naive in the past. So look, you have major cities in the United States: Chicago, New York, Miami, LA, San Francisco, Seattle. The reason they make the news is not because they're unique with the protest or unique with this, because we see it in other areas. It's because those are major port cities like LA. It is also a city of, I would beg to differ with you, when LA has the Olympics, it does play over in the Orange County and the neighboring
once
counties.
every 25 years.
No, but I'm saying, like, you know, even sports and other things, it does have a bleed over into the basin, and that's why we get called part of the basin. But I would also say look at New York. New York flipped and elected Mandami. And there have been a lot of issues, a lot of movement of people, a lot of movement of wealth as a result of that. LA has been going down a very negative hole. A Spencer Pratt could actually rebuild LA. Rebuilding LA would rebuild Ventura. It would rebuild San Bernardino. It would rebuild Riverside. It would rebuild Orange County. Those of us that border, even Kern, which has a mountain range in between, but it would help build those areas up too. So that is what a lot of people are looking for. And think about this. So let's just look at a crystal ball, because that's all we have tonight. But if a Mayor Pratt became a reality, and a Mayor Pratt actually turned around, say, 33% of what he said he would, that is friggin' huge when it comes to public policy and infrastructure, which means now when you look at San Francisco, and you and I have talked about this before, that like on Prop 63, there was 70,000 people in San Francisco that were rebelling, that were showing up when they said they wouldn't even get one vote, to try to defeat it, that showed up. Now you're talking some of those communities in San Francisco, people might be like, you know what? I'm kind of jelly here. Like the people in LA turned and
it's
that's
benefiting.
looking good. I want some of that good stuff here. And when people start realizing that people in LA's home prices and home values are going up because, under a Pratt, the world got a little bit better, and people, the movie industry is revived and some of those things, I'd bet you money right now you'd see San Diego, you see San Francisco, Santa Barbara, all shift a little bit more towards a Spencer Pratt kind of mentality.
So it actually, it gets national attention. What you're saying is it can have state, which, California is a huge state, so
that could be part of what flips the supermajority.
Right. That could imply state and national changes. Honestly, when I look at this, my first thought is, holy smokes, like politics is evolving. Again, not just because of who it is or where it is, but the way it's being done. You're talking about AI videos getting put on social media. What do you make of this? Do you see it being more effective than the traditional campaigns? I know we've already kind of talked about the traditional ads. Do you see this kind of being the future, or is this an anomaly?
I don't think it's an anomaly at all. Humans are visually motivated. We've known that since the election of 1960. It's so often taught to political people that do political communications, people who do political science. You listen to Kennedy and Nixon, just listen to them, don't look at them, and you're like, wow, Dick Nixon, even though I know the history of Watergate and everything, he makes a lot of sense. That Kennedy guy, not so much. Then you watch it on the screen and you're like, wait a second, Kennedy makes more sense. Well, because Kennedy knew how to master the camera. I think this is the same thing. Now we're seeing a whole other layer of this. And what Spencer Pratt has done is, look, LA has become like Gotham City. It's so corrupt. It's so messed up. Everybody knows it. It doesn't matter what political party. That's kind of the joke. You might get a famous Hollywood person that would never say anything positive, but get them in a back room, with a drink in their hand and say, okay, can we all agree the roads suck? Oh yeah. Yeah. Like, you go down the laundry list, everybody's in agreement. Now you got a guy that has taken AI to paint a picture of, I can be your superhero. I can get this done if you join me and back me. One of the most epic ones was the guy that was in a coma, Kevin, and he comes out of the coma after 3 years, and he's walking in Prentice Park, and it's all clean. He's like, there's no needles. There's no this, there's no that. And they're like, yeah, the mayor took care of it. And then, there's another scene. He's walking along the beach. There's no trash. There's no human feces. The mayor took care of it. And finally he's like, I didn't know Karen Bass could do all this. And I'm like, oh, she didn't. Mayor Pratt did. He was like, people have been able to see a vision of what LA could be. And we're going to see if he was effective enough in portraying that vision that people flock to him.
Well, we are going to see. I am really curious to see. Again, it's difficult. This is the one area that I'm a pessimist to trust polls necessarily. Yeah. So I am really curious over the next week or so to see how the votes shake out. Really big opportunity, though, for some really big change in the state.
But you're always looking for us to predict something. So here's going to be one of my predictions tonight.
Give it to me.
My prediction is, let's just say that Pratt makes it into the jungle primary. I predict that the Democrats are going to do everything to try to make him look like he's a criminal cheater in elections, which will be interesting because then they're going to want to investigate him after they just passed the "Thou shalt not investigate."
Yeah. Well,
that was for you, Spencer. Make sure that you use that against them.
I feel like as far as predictions go, that might be cheating just a little bit because who wouldn't the Democrats do that too if they made it out of the jungle primaries? But surely. I'll be interested to see how exactly they try to do that. And of course, if that happens, that means he made it out of the primary, which would be good news. So from the one that you wanted to talk about to the one that I wanted to talk about. And I guess, guys, before we get into this one, which I think is super interesting, I'm hoping that you do too. It is about 8 o'clock. Polls are about to close, which means some of this data is going to start coming in. So we'll be checking in every so often with this wonderful AI page that Jacob has put together. We do have backups just in case it didn't work. And guys, let us know in the comment section how you like it.
Not work?
Yeah. Let us know how you like the display. I'm really curious to see what you think. We're going to try to show you guys as up-to-date information as possible, so we're going to be going back to that as frequently as we can after 8 o'clock to check in on those races. I don't know, Rick, I guess predictions for some of the bigger races. You're talking governor, attorney general. By the time we leave tonight, what percentage of the votes do you think will be in?
Well, by 10 o'clock in the first 2 hours, I'm hoping at least 30%.
At least 30% may give us some sort of idea, although, we've seen it in the past. Who knows what happens throughout the night.
Yes, and the prediction models are always interesting.
Right, so we'll hold on to hope for that one. But for now, Jacob, if you can, let's go ahead and go to this article. This I thought was extremely interesting. This is a national story. Coming into the election here, and it does it does have prospects here within California. It's on the Trump endorsements, and the real question here, Rick, is do they mean anything? So the California Post article reads like this. The 79-year-old, which is Trump, is reveling in a perfect endorsement track record across 118 Republican Houses, Senate, and gubernatorial primaries this cycle, illustrating how his influence within the party is stronger than it's ever been. After years of weak globalists and elitists leading our party, President Trump transformed the GOP into the party of the working class. Senator Bernie Moreno out of Ohio told the Post on Wednesday, "Newsflash to those who have still not caught on, support the America First agenda or lose your election." While only about a third of the GOP primaries for 2026 have wrapped up, Trump-endorsed candidates have emerged triumphant in 110 congressional primaries, 101 House races, and 9 Senate races, along with 8 gubernatorial campaigns, according to Fox News Tracker, including the most hotly contested races of the cycle. Among the longtime incumbents to fall foul of Trump's electoral sway were Senators John Cornyn out of Texas, Bill Cassidy out of Louisiana, as well as the president's arch nemesis in the House. That's Representative Thomas Massey out of Kentucky. Cassidy's May 16th primary defeat made him the first Republican senator since Indiana's Richard Lugar in 2012 to not be nominated by party voters during the regular election cycle. Even in state legislative contests, Trump's stamp of approval has been proven to be a lifeline or a political kiss of death. Earlier this month, Trump-backed primary candidates took down 5 of 7 Indiana state senators who defied him over mid-decade redistricting, though one of those losses is subject to a recount. The Republicans have real leadership. That's unquestionable, said veteran Democratic consultant Hank, help me out here, Scheinkampf. And the party faithful respond to that leader, Donald Trump, and it's his political party. So kind of highlighted right here, political lifeline or a kiss of death. First of all, how crazy is it to be victorious in 118 endorsements? And I mean, I guess my question to you is, how is this unprecedented? Like, how unprecedented is it? If so, this isn't just, safe.
Well, Kevin, this is huge.
I'm sure these aren't just safe elections, though. You're talking about unseating very popular incumbents like Massey. So what do you make of this? Is this something that we typically see from presidential endorsements?
So typically, no. Have we seen it in the past? Yes. But I think one of the biggest things that we're looking at is, look, we're going to be counting votes tonight. They're going to release here probably in the next 20 minutes the first set of counts. Those will be all from the mail-in votes and the early voting numbers. And one of the things that we're going to get to see is where those were. We know that Republicans were out in front. So if we see some Republicans lead at the beginning, while it will be great, it will be, can the momentum be held? Part of the goal was to make sure more Republicans came out. To that point, it comes back to Trump. The question in California that is being asked is, Trump really hated as much as they say? Is there fatigue against those with TDS? It's like they would rather just go protest and say they don't like it than actually get out and vote? Or did some of them treat the primary to their demise as I'm not going to get involved until the November. There's lots of those questions have been being asked by pundits and researchers and people playing the game. But the president obviously has a pulse beat of the American people. There are a lot of people within the Republican Party who have said, I'm tired of being a Republican in name only. There are a lot of people in the Democratic Party that are like, hey, I'm a Democrat, but I'm not that far left. I'm more towards the center. Can the president grab those people? And the argument is being made in several of these places, yes, and effectively. So you got people that have looked at, I mean, we've had a president that has had a global policy that's so far very, very different from what we've had in the past, but has benefited us. You know, and we're only, I mean, here's the funny part, Kevin. We're only in the first year and a half of that. That's what the midterms are. We're coming up to the mid-term of what he's been doing. And that midterm really isn't till December. So, like, we're not even halfway through. And this is going to be a referendum on what the American people think. And I think thus far, that referendum is shaping up to be very positive.
Well, here's the big question. And I think I've got them here, 2, 4, 6, 7 endorsements.
Oh, I thought you were going to say big questions.
Well, no, 7 endorsements by Trump in the state of California. I'll read them off for you.
Not Katie Porter.
No. Vince Fong, Jay Abernalty, Daryl Issa, Jim Desmond, Tom McClintock, Kevin Lincoln, Steve Hilton. So you've got, what are those? It looks like four of those are incumbents. Mm-hmm. These are all for either governor or congressional districts. So you've got 4 of those that are incumbents. You've got 2 of those heading for open seats, which governor race is an open seat. Gavin Newsom's not running. Mm-hmm. And one of them is challenging. So the question is, I guess, first of all, let me ask this. Does Trump endorsement mean anything in the state of California?
Yeah, it does. And it depends where you're at in California. In some places, a Trump endorsement can be used as a weapon against you. In other areas, it is definitely gives you a fortress that protects you. So I would argue, like for Jay Abernalty, Jay comes from a very conservative-leaning district. That endorsement is political gold, without a doubt.
Well, when looking at this list, do you see any areas of concern? Is California the state that breaks this record?
I don't know if it's going to be the state, but I mean, we could look to the Hilton endorsement. I mean, he had 2 Republicans. He chose Steve Hilton, and that caused a lot of upsetment, as we both know, because our phones both rang off the hook over that. And so we're going to get to see how that plays out on the Republican side. Was that a positive? Was it not a positive? We're going to find out. There's been a lot of back and forth, as you know, on that issue. When it comes to the congressional candidates, I would say I'd be willing to bet that on 5 of those, he's going to get them.
For sure.
Yeah.
And then what? The others maybe go to the general, or
right.
you think any of these are losing in the primaries here?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Well, definitely something that
but
we're going to follow along with.
Know.
Yeah, I mean it is after 8:00 now. I'm still seeing a lot of 0% up here on the screen, guys. So it's going to take them a little bit of time to get these ballots into the system. But once they do start showing those early votes, we're going to put it up on screen for you to watch. Otherwise, you're just looking at an empty state here. Rick, we've talked about the governor position a little bit already. I'm sort of curious from the legislative side. And again, like I try to tackle most questions with you on the legislative side because that's where you work. That's where you are spending the most of your time. Haven't really talked about the functionality of the position of governor. If we take the optimistic route here and say we end up getting a pro-Second Amendment governor out of this election, what does the functionality of the office end up looking like to you? I'm really curious how you see a Republican, everything else constant, hold everything else constant. How do you see the functionality of a pro-2A governor working in this state with a Democrat supermajority who, generally speaking, is anti-Second Amendment?
The only thing the governor could do, and this is where the supermajority becomes a pain, You could have a governor get, say, like the 11% excise tax bill comes to his desk. The governor says, not only no, but hell no, and vetoes it. And then it goes back to the legislature, and they got the 2/3 vote, and they overturn it.
So this is interesting because that's where my mind goes to also.
That's why, to me, the governor is not the most effective of the two positions between governor and attorney general.
Well, okay, so understood.
Yeah.
It would be probably more within the purview of like the job description of the attorney general what I mean is you could probably upset less people, in my opinion, by being a pro Second Amendment attorney general because of the political ideology. It seems like it's there a little bit less. Your job as the attorney general is to uphold the law.
Correct.
And the Constitution. But like my mind goes to the veto button. But you also have to consider like things that rank on a politician's scale of importance is always going to be getting reelected up at the top. So you get a pro Second Amendment governor in there. Do you really just start seeing them veto 14 bills that come across their desk?
They might. Here's where this becomes interesting. And it becomes interesting because of President Donald Trump. Donald Trump took away a lot of the funding from like USAID that we know for a fact was being used and funneled to support anti-Second Amendment legislation throughout the United States, especially here in California.
Right.
We, as you know, you were with me one time in the Capitol, and we were having breakfast at the hotel that we were at, and got to listen to people from several anti-2A things who were, quote, volunteers when they were inside the hall talking, but we know for a fact they were paid to be there. Their hotel was paid for. Their food was paid for.
Yeah, everybody around them knew that they were getting paid because they were bragging about getting paid.
Right.
So there was no illusion that they were volunteers, which, by the way, props to the CRPA chapter program. Props to those volunteers. Guys, Rick heads 2 Capitol days every single year. This year was the first one. We did a Women's Day at the beginning of the year, and then we had our regular day. I do see the numbers coming in. I see you're getting excited.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to it, I promise. But these people pay their way to get up there and advocate. I can't express enough respect for those people. But coming back to this, you can't just have somebody commit political suicide if they end up getting into office.
Right.
So do you have to see somebody bend where you don't necessarily want them to bend? Or do you see them taking that, I guess, Trumpian approach, not bending, and potentially, not getting reelected after your first term?
That's going to depend on the character of the person.
Yeah. Just to do what's right.
I mean, you can look at Texas, and I think it's a great example. You had in Texas history, you had a governor, and she was very anti-Second Amendment, was about to close it down. Then there was a famous incident happened at a restaurant, and you had a member of the state legislature in Rick Perry, who was anti-Second Amendment. He read the tea leaves. He became pro-Second Amendment, became governor of Texas, and made it his mission to correct all the things that the previous governor had screwed up, which was Ann, I can't think of her last name right now off the top of my head. I would say Richards. Not sure that's right, but went to change all of that. People forgot he was a Democrat. People saw Rick Perry as a two-way Republican. So, depending on who wins this election in November, if it's a Republican and that person gets in there, they could be like a Rick Perry and say, you know what, I'm going for it, and the state comes along. A lot of this comes down to, the Second Amendment is not evil. You and I both know that. We know that when the raw data gets out, it's not the Second Amendment that's led to the horrible things that have happened with crime and criminals. That's been criminals that have done that. It's not been law-abiding citizens. In fact, more people are saved all the time by law-abiding citizens utilizing their Second Amendment rights. So, I think that when you have a good governor, good information, education gets out to the populace.
Well, definitely something to consider. It's always a possibility, right? So something that we're going to have to watch and follow along with and you kind of assume that you would see a good result. I guess it's what version of the good result are you going to get? So, guys, Rick is literally foaming at the mouth right now. So let's go ahead and do this. We do see on our screen here some of the results are coming in. I guess, Rick, you said that,
And another one that basically has Steyer and Bianco almost tied with about 6% of the vote in. So obviously these are going to change up a little bit. But one of the things I would like to say is looking even in the early voting results, you can see where a Chad Bianco that had like a very small budget compared to Tom Steyer, going back to earlier in our conversation, at least in the early reporting is showing that he was doing pretty good. Now, how that turns out as the ballots get counted, as they've been turned in, we're going to see.
Yeah, for sure. So, Jacob, can you scroll down? What do the counties look like? Do we have any data on how many, like the percentage of reporting that we have in? Go ahead and scroll down there. So you're looking
those
at,
are the counties that have pulled in.
San Bernardino, San Luis Obispo. What is that? Calaveras, perhaps parts
Madera.
of Kern, Madera.
Yeah. You got Placer, Lassen, Napa.
All right. Do we have any? I guess not necessarily surprising based off of your comments on the early voting and the surge.
But wait, stop. Like there you are in Kings County, and you can see that conservative county, but Hilton, Bianco are right up there.
Top two, yeah.
Yeah.
Not the San Bernardino perhaps not the most populous of counties reporting here yet. What does the Attorney General look like? Let's take a look at that one.
Look at that.
So you got Michael Gates out to an early lead with 51% over Rob Bonta of 44%. Guys, I can't stress this enough. This is the one that we really need to hold.
And this is what's great is you can see that the Green Party candidate is having little to no effect, but you're able.
And it's already flipped.
Yeah, it just flipped. But I think that's going to go back and forth. But if you also look at the amount of money that Rob Bonta has spent on this campaign compared to Michael Gates, Michael Gates is literally less than a percentage point at this point behind Bonta. That is a threat. That is huge because the prediction markets had Gates 15 points down.
Yeah.
That's not 15 points.
Not even a little bit. It is also the first batch, so
Yeah.
there's plenty of time for things to change. Obviously, the change that we're going to be looking for is for Gates to go upward and Bonta to go downward. If you want to look at records, I think Bonta has an excellent record of being anti-Second Amendment.
But if we could look at a couple of the blue counties that are reporting on that, like let's just take, so Sacramento, look, that's still not a 15-point lead. That's my point. So you have to figure out how many of those people are voting for Gates. And if we go to, I believe that's not, what is that, just above, is that Monterey? That's down below, sorry.
Yeah.
Keep going, yeah. Monterey. Well, there you see a bigger spread.
Sure.
So that's why I wanted to kind of see. But San Luis Obispo, which is right below, that is phenomenal. And granted, it's early reporting, but you're still saying, like, wow, he's out ahead. That I wasn't expecting to even see once tonight in that county. So that's impressive.
These are two large races that we're going to be checking back in on as some more data comes in, guys. We can take a look at the California State Assembly seats as well as the State Senate seats. Yeah. But before we do that, Rick, Let's talk about maybe why we're seeing some of the data that we're seeing now. Jacob, if you can pull up the article that I sent you on early voting. Let's go ahead and read through that and discuss that a little bit just to kind of frame, I guess, some of this early reporting that we're seeing. Is it a red wave, or are California voters coming down with a case of the blue flu? These are questions political insiders and data nerds are trying to answer after Republicans showed surprising strength in the first wave of mail ballot returns for next month's primary. Obviously, this report is a little bit old. The sentiment, though, is the same. GOP voters accounted for 34% of early ballots returned as of Friday, which was up 8% compared to the same stage of 2022 midterms, according to data compiled by research firm PDI. Meanwhile, Democrats made up 41% of early returns, which was down 7 points from the same moment in the primary election 4 years ago. Independent ballot returns were up 2% compared to 2022. Assemblymember Carl DeMaio, a San Diego Republican, cautioned against overinterpreting the numbers, but said the trend is encouraging for conservatives. When you take a look at the numbers, both in comparison to the numbers 4 years ago and voter registration, Democrats are way down and Republicans are up in early voting, DeMaio told the Post. It may mean that Democrats are taking longer to decide the governor's race, who they ultimately want to lead. The Democratic field is led by former U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Xavier Becerra, progressive billionaire Tom Steyer, and former Orange County Congresswoman Katie Porter. Oh man, it's like a little bit of shame from being from Orange County and seeing her name up there for this. While San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan and ex-Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villa, how do you pronounce that one?
Villaraigosa.
There you go, have shown more feistiness in recent weeks. On the Republican side, former Fox News host Steve Hilton appears to have a firm lead on the Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco. Most polls have Becerra and Hilton looking like the frontrunners to advance out of the state's jungle primary system, which ignores party affiliation and has created anxiety on both sides of the political spectrum about being shut out of the November runoff. So this is kind of interesting to me. This has been a national headline. I mean, this hasn't been anything that's been contained to California. So can you explain this a little bit? I mean, is this something that has been leading up to these kind of stats? Or why are we seeing such a huge surge for Republican early mail-in votes while seeing a little bit of a decrease on the Democrat side, you think?
Well, I do think one of the hypotheses is actually that the blue flu ideology, the fact that the Democrats really didn't come up with anybody that was central, other than, hey, we're running, everybody wants to run against Donald Trump. I mean, I remember the one gubernatorial debate, it was pretty funny. There was like 8 people up there, I hate Donald Trump more than the person next to me does. And then there were 2 people, hey, I'm trying to fix California's problems. So, if you hate Donald Trump, then you're looking at one of those 8 candidates. If you wanted to solve the problems, you're looking at one of the other 2 candidates.
Sure.
And so I think that's one of the critical issues. I think looking at the numbers we're currently looking at, I just remember, like I said earlier in this, when Katie Porter was going to be the person to beat, and she's not even got 5%. I mean, when you talk about some of the falls, and let's say Chad Bianco doesn't make it tonight, which right now, based on what it's showing, he's in 4th place. But Chad Bianco has also set a new idea. Nobody in California was looking as a sheriff as being able to run for a statewide office. Nobody's ever going to look at a sheriff election the same again, because they're all going to be like,
right,
wow,
this could have implications.
Right.
Sure. I mean, so it kind of seems like you're pointing in the direction of being a little bit of the blue flu as opposed to red steam. I mean, is there a little bit of both here? And I mean, can you remember the last few elections? Has the early voting on the Republican side increased over the last few elections?
It has been increasing, which is a good move. But what's also increasing is the number of independents, which have been people that left the Democrats, who are now tending to vote center to center right, which is an interesting move. So to Carl DeMaio's credit in his comment that we're starting to see some encouraging news for a conservative position, that is, because a lot of people, I would make this argument. A lot of people in your generation have grown a little bit older. They now have houses. Not all of them. I mean, that's a fight for people to get housing. So by no means am I saying, oh, everybody's got a house. No, they don't.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are realizing of the promises of the party that I belong to for me to get a house or for me to be able to afford the house I finally got into have fallen flat.
Right.
And when you're trying to figure out how you're going to keep your home, you're sometimes willing to give the other side a chance because obviously the team you're playing with isn't working well.
Yeah. Well, and I also agree with Carl DeMaio on this, just about like not necessarily reading too far into it.
Correct.
Something, it's almost like I don't know, it's almost like a false optimism that stats like that can lull you into, because even while Republicans are, and I know that you've kind of refuted this tonight a little bit, but even though, Republicans are up 8 points and Democrats are down 7 points, I mean, they didn't exactly start at 50-50. This isn't a 15-point swing from being even. You're talking about a 2-to-1 ratio as far as voters are concerned. So even with Democrats being down and Republicans being up in the early voting in the state of California, we still saw more votes turned in by people who were registered Democrats than Republicans. So I mean, it is optimistic in the sense that people weren't waiting to vote, and that has increased. But don't let stats like that necessarily fool you into thinking that we saw more registered Republicans voting than registered Democrats in the early ballots. So.
Well, I think we're going to see another update come up here pretty soon. I'm looking at ones a little bit more advanced. You're going to see Becerra take the lead by about half a percentage point over Hilton, and Steyer and Chad are going to change up a little bit. Steyer goes up a little.
Well,
Chad
and what
goes
percentage
down.
of the vote are you seeing is in?
27% of the vote. So they're counting.
Wow.
Pretty quick. But what is interesting to me is if you look down at the, obviously people are going to assume that the Chad Bianco portion of the vote will go to him. The question is going to be the Katie Porter, Matt Mahon, but especially when you get down to Villaraigosa and Tony Thurmond, those are people that voted because they did not like Becerra. They did not like Steyer. Those become votes along with independents that could go the Republican way, which makes it is possible that a Republican could win the seat. The closeout that everybody hoped for didn't happen. And I mean, that's part of the story tonight that we didn't talk about is we saw the Democrats, I'm just going to call it out, Kevin. We saw the Democrats target their lead candidate in the gubernatorial race for California in the face of Eric Swalwell, who don't care for the individual. But if you were to look at the things Eric Swalwell's accused of, and I just gave you the accusations, you could probably give me literally, because I know you, a dozen Democratic names across the country that didn't happen to.
Sure.
So he was targeted to remove him to try to elevate Becerra because they were trying to do a couple of things with this vote.
Well, and it seems to work. I guess that they have their own reasons for wanting to eliminate that. I guess it was also kind of an easy target. I mean, it's not like everybody's got scandal like that surrounding them. So, their reasons are their own. But if that was the purpose to elevate Becerra, it certainly has worked, as he has surged in the polls in the last couple of weeks. And now you can kind of see, and you kind of got to assume
and I want
that the name recognition and kind of the institutional name recognition that he has is kind of helping him here as well.
I think this is very interesting, too, because I'm looking at the gubernatorial race from one of the polls that's being done. This is by the New York Times, which really breaks this down to color-coded map. And one of the things that's interesting is Orange County.
Jacob, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Jacob, can you scroll down to the map? Let's see what our guys again. Leave us a comment in the comment section. How does this layout look for you guys? Is it good? Is it bad? Point out the good things and the bad things for us. These are things that we can make changes on going into the general elections in November. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, so Jacob, if you could go over Orange County, just as an example, which is just south. It's the little one down there.
There it is.
There you go. But you can see that Orange County is largely going for Hilton, which also implies when you look at the Bianco numbers and stuff that Orange County is not purple. It's not blue. It's back to being a bit red there.
I mean, yeah, you're talking about so far, what is that, 35? Is that an 18 or a 10? I can't tell. 35, so 45% going to Republicans.
Yeah.
Yeah, how much of that vote is in? You said 27%?
It's right now 31% of the vote statewide.
Got it.
It just updated, and so currently it's less than a percentage point separating Becerra and Helton. They're clearly the front runners. Steyer has gained a little bit. Bianco's dropping down a little bit, and not much movement with anybody else.
Well, let's take a look at the AG race really quick, and then
if
Jacob,
we could get into the state senate. After
I don't
that.
know. Yeah, let's take a look and see what that looks like.
So see now, Bonta's up over Gates.
Yeah, scroll down to the map there, and this does look like they're taking LA County. I wonder how much weight that currently has.
Well, you got L.A. and you got the Bay Area. You got San Francisco. You got Marin.
So you would
got
probably
those
expect
counties.
a lot of those other counties to go for Gates. So potentially he can climb back if he's at 39% right now.
Yeah. So we have to see where this goes with.
Although
we got the northern section. We got Riverside. You got Kern, Inyo. Some of those other counties as they come in. So this is going to be interesting, but. This is definitely going to be a runoff. Gates is definitely in the November election.
What makes you say that? Scroll back up, Jacob. What is the percentage? Because I thought it's just 50. It's 50% that you need to get.
No, not for this. Not for the attorney general, like the governor. It's the top two finishers.
So top two finishers, period,
right,
are going to be in the runoff election, and you can kind of consolidate your efforts there to move on. Jacob, let's see what the state Senate looks like. On our little.
So here we go. This is great. Teef Gibbs, who we know, she's not going to beat Damone Connolly, obviously, in this election, but she's definitely going to be one of the two finalists.
Which is good. Which means she is in the November election. Let's toggle some of the districts. What are a couple of the districts that have been on your hot list that you want to look at? Because there's a lot here.
Yeah, we can go down. I'm just double checking something. So go ahead and start to look at the numbers if we could for some of the other statewide positions and see how they're doing.
Jacob, why don't you go down to, this is all going to be information for Senate District 2. If you want to scroll up and click on, let's go to check out some other districts here. So District 4. All right. Well, if that is not going to work for us, can we go to the backup tab there? Let's see. And this will probably have them laid out kind of side by side. Do you have to click on it? So Rick, can you explain this to us? Some of these districts already have check marks next to them.
Correct.
So why is that?
Okay, so if we can go back down, I mean, you're going pretty quick there, Jacob, but so the winners, Catherine Blakespear and Lauren Bassett, they were the only two people in. Tony
so
Strickland, Chris Duncan.
Going.
So there's the jungle primary. Those are the two people going through. There was nobody. It was an uncontested election. So Tony Strickland and Chris Duncan, that's why you didn't see them spending a lot of money.
Gotcha.
But here when you look at District 28, you got Smallwood Cuevas and Luzuzo lead in a race with two winners. If you go back up to Senate District 1, to give you an example of that, see, I don't have that one up yet on Cal Matters. But, if you were to look at it, you would have the top two. And so right now where that stood, that would be Connolly and, of course, Teef Gibbs.
Okay, well, it looks like, and Jacob, maybe we need to do a quick search for...
and see, as you see, early returns, less than 25% votes have been counted, so they're not claiming.
Right, and maybe we can look for a website that displays the state Senate and state Assembly seats a little bit better, or races a little bit better than this, and we can come back to it. Rick, there was something that I kind of wanted to touch on while we were waiting for some of this data to come in, and that is just sort of looking at the assembly.
Yeah, can we? Oh wait, yeah, please go up. No, yeah, you just had the LA mayor's race. So if you could go down to look at that. So there you go. Spencer Pratt's at 27.9% right now thus far, which means he's out ahead of Ramon, Miller, and Hong.
Which is a good thing, which means we see him in November if that holds.
If that holds, yeah.
That, of course, is with 40% of the vote. Man, am I crazy? Why are these percentages so high? Is it just because of mail-in voting?
Correct.
Okay, so it's likely that while we get this huge jump from 0% to 40% because they've already tallied the mail-in votes, it is likely that this will slow down and not reach 100%
So here's what's going to be
by the end of the night.
By 10 o'clock tonight, we've blown by the 30. One of the prediction models was we could be seeing 65 to 75% of the vote be mail-in vote. If that's true, we could have a pretty good
idea of what it looks like. Okay, and we will be here to see it while we wait for a little bit more of that information to come in. Let's talk about the Assembly and the Senate a little bit. We've kind of talked about some of the endorsements.
I just wanted to ask Jacob a question did we have up there, because we have the mayor's race, do we have the LA sheriff's race? Because that's another very important race that's going on. And I didn't see it up there, but
I don't see it here.
Okay.
I didn't have that one queued up either.
All right.
Okay. Well, maybe he can find that for when we come back to check in.
Sure.
I guess just sort of cross-referencing, you mentioned that the endorsements, there's not really any endorsement that is more or less important than the other one, but there certainly are hot spots in the state when it comes to state Senate and state Assembly races. So if you were to cross-reference that with some of our endorsed candidates, where are you looking within the state for some influential wins that pro-2A candidates can potentially get?
Say that again. I'm sorry. I was looking up the LA
Did I jump up? Yeah, dude. Hey, we're going to check back in. What I'm asking is, as far as the Assembly is concerned, when we're kind of looking at the CRPA endorsements, what are some of the influential wins in some of the hotspot areas that we could see with this election, whether it's a contentious race in a purple area? What individual races
I'm looking
in
at
the
some
Assembly?
of the Assembly races. So obviously, if we could, I don't know if Jacob has the Assembly races up there or not, but right now, Luna in the sheriff's race is still ahead a little bit of Villaraigosa, so that's a rematch.
That's for
the sheriff,
LA County Sheriff?
LA County.
Yeah.
But what I'm looking for is in the Assembly, that looks like that's the Senate. So state Assembly, that's weird, because those are all Senate
They don't have it.
seats.
Let me look over here. They can't see this right now.
Okay, so Jacob is looking for that. We should mention too, if we see a little bit jumbled tonight, it's because our person normally helps Jacob out with this, who is our political consultant extraordinaire, Kurt, to his greatness and his wife. They just delivered their first baby, and so he's out on leave. So he's missing all of us, and so that's a shout out to Kurt, because we're missing you too tonight. But let me just go to my list right now, and I can tell you some of the critical races that we're looking at as far as the Assembly. Where David Tangipaw, for example, he's already won. We know that because he had nobody running against him. So he's done. He's taken care of. But you got District 9, which is Heath Flores, the incumbent, and he's got literally 5 other challengers. So we're watching that race. We're obviously watching some of the races in the Inland Empire. One of those would be Leticia Castillo and Greg Wallace. Both of those races were like less than 1,500 people before. So, you can look at that. One of the other races that we'd be looking at, like I said, was Castillo, and she is out there in the Inland Empire running. You have Gracie Vandermark, who is running to try to replace Diane Dixon, who is running for a county seat. So we're looking to see what she does. So there are several of those races. Natasha Johnson won a special election. Nobody ran against her, so she's secured her seat as of tonight. So congratulations to her. So we have some people that have secured it. We have other people that are running against. And so we're waiting to see where these things come out.
And this is one, Jacob. I don't know if you want to pull this up right now, but this is one that we are also paying attention to. Heather Hadwick looks like she is leading in her race, 46 over 42, and you got to imagine that if 11% of that is for another Republican, if Heather Hadwick does get to the November election.
I think Heather's going to be fine in this election. I think she'll get across, and that will be friggin' fantastic. Can we look down to see where some of the other districts might be? Oh. So go to Orange County if you could. Yeah, so you got Davies and Fry. So Davies that looks like it's still fairly close, but okay. But there's a couple of other races in there. You have Sanchez's race. You have obviously Gracie Vandermark's race.
And again, guys, this is all with basically the early mail-in ballots being counted. So the polls closed just about a half an hour ago. They are still being tallied, but a lot of these numbers that we're seeing now are based off of the early ballots, and we'll continue to check back in as the data comes in. So, Rick, I guess kind of same question. You went through the Assembly. What about the Senate? Are there any races you are interested in particular, whether they are contentious races or places that we need to hold for Second Amendment candidates?
Well, our Senate, that will be fairly easy for me to bring up. So for our state Senate, we've obviously talked about Gibbs, but we're also looking at Senate District 4 is another one that I was hoping we would be able to look at, and that's the Alvarado Gill. Senate District 6 is one we've been looking at. We've been looking at Senate District 8, challenging Angelique Ashby. 12, I think we're pretty good in. I think we'll get a Republican because that's kind of an open area. But then, a couple of other areas, we're hoping that Tony Rodriguez ends up being in a runoff against Caroline Menjivar, and that would be in District 20. The same thing, we're hoping that Mike Netter has a good night and ends up in a runoff against Susan Rubio, and that would be in 22. 24 is a huge race that is wide open. We have
that in between.
Well, it's 2 Republicans and 2, 4, 6, 8 Democrats. So that's a very hotly contentious in 24. But right now it looks like Max is out ahead, I believe. Oh, that's State Assembly, not State Senate. Sorry. But then if you go down to seeing the Kelly Ciarto, and then we've seen some other people. District 40 would be a great one to look at in San Diego, but I don't think San Diego's reported yet. And that is got 2 great 2A people going against Mara Elliott, who's a Democrat. And so we have to see if it's going to be Christy Bruce Lane or Ed Musgrove, or if they're going to shut it out and it's just going to be 2 Republicans. So,
and we've already seen check marks for these races that only have 2 people in them. What is the average that you've seen over the state assembly and the state senate of how many candidates are running in most of these races?
There's some races that nobody ran, and so it was an automatic win. And there are some races that have 10 to 12 candidates, so it's all over the map.
But if you were to average it, are you saying generally speaking there's between
3 to 4,
3 and 4 people?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. And guys, what are we at now? Are we at over 40% reporting? What does yours say, Rick?
I have to go back to that page. Just a second. So per the New York Times, we're at 38%.
38%. So
And Hilton is back up ahead of Becerra. So it's flip-flopped, and Bianco's come up a little bit, not
Good.
enough to be in the
sure.
final, but yeah.
But definitely something that we want to see is the ability for, a pro Second Amendment person to be in this race through November. So that's something that we are going to be looking at. But guys, let's take a break from the numbers for a second. Let's go ahead and we'll talk a little bit about why we are actually here. Being the California Rifle and Pistol Association, one of the primary functions of the organization is to carry lawsuits for the state of California. That's what a lot of the funding goes towards, as well as the programs and the legislative efforts. We already did see one conversation I was able to have with Chuck about the AG, but another one that I was able to get from him was kind of an update on Second Amendment litigation. Of course, this does have large implications for the state. We're going to be battling with this litigation against the California Attorney General. We're deciding today who that Attorney General is going to be, which can either go very favorably or we can keep on this same road that we've been going on. But Jacob, if you can, let's go ahead and see one of the other primary functions that CRPA does with that litigation update. If you can, go ahead and roll it. All right, Chuck. So one of the highlights of this election season has been Michael Gates. He's running for the Attorney General of California. And while I guess I didn't want to necessarily get into the political side of this with you, I did want to get your perspective as the two-way attorney. So I guess that really starts with understanding what the position of Attorney General is. Now, looking at the past 15 years for California, you've got Rob Bonta, you've got Xavier Becerra, and you've got Kamala Harris. Three people which we are very familiar with, and they are definitely not on the pro 2A side. I guess I'm just sort of curious to start this off. What is the position of Attorney General, and can you explain our relationship with that position as an organization that brings lawsuits against the state?
Well, okay, it's hard to. The Attorney General is a very politicized position. It is first of all, the Attorney General is the chief law enforcement officer of the state. Now, that description has been subject to different interpretations depending on whether or not the Attorney General wants to tell sanctuary cities or some city that he is political, some entity that he's caused that he's politically aligned with, that they're breaking the law. He interprets the law and decides what entities to go after. There's a whole consumer protection division. There's an environmental division, and there are, he defends the Attorney General's office. He is the head of the Department of Justice, the California State Department of Justice. That defends against all lawsuits that are brought against the state of California, and that means most of ours. The state of California is the defendant in most of these lawsuits challenging unconstitutional gun control laws that are contained in the California Penal Code or some other California law book. So we sue the state of California. He defends them. Now, he, being politically aligned with anti-Second Amendment, anti-civilian firearms ownership causes, political causes, including the governor, he does everything he can to uphold those gun control laws, even if they're obviously unconstitutional. In his view, let's say that he believes they're not they are constitutional, so he defends them. But if you get a different Attorney General in there with a different political perspective and a different frame of mind, he may be much more favorable to challenges to laws that he will admit are unconstitutional when they're challenged. And not only that, he can weigh in with opinions when the legislature is considering legislation. He can weigh in and say what you're trying to do is constitutional or not. So having an Attorney General who is more in tune with Second Amendment rights would be wonderful. Not to use fantastic, which is the Trump's favorite phrase, but it would be fantastic for a pro Second Amendment, or at least a sympathetic Second Amendment Attorney General to be in office.
So what is the agency here? I guess you mentioned that, these last 15 years there has been political alignment. You also mentioned, though, that the job of the AG is to interpret the laws. I feel like when it comes to gun control laws, they've done a pretty poor job at that. And that's not just my opinion. We've seen a lot of laws struck down by the federal district courts as well as the Ninth Circuit over the last 15 years. How much agency do you actually see an AG having? It kind of seems like, or maybe this is just the political alignment that you're talking about, but I can only think of one instance where we challenged a gun control law and Attorney General Bonta came back and said, hey, this is kind of indefensible. I can't really defend this. Is there a lot of agency there or not?
What do you mean by agency? Is he aligned? Is he loyal to the governor's office?
I guess what I mean is you think about the job description as being defending California against lawsuits. Does he have to defend against those lawsuits, or can he for every single action?
He doesn't have to. He could. It has to be pretty damn clear cut for them to disqualify themselves, for them to recuse themselves. And that's what happened in that one case where they were trying to make it impossible to sue the state for gun control, unconstitutional gun control laws. There was a similar law in Texas that was struck down, that they had filed, the Attorney General's office, California Attorney General had filed an amicus brief in Texas saying this law is unconstitutional. And now they were having to argue, and we submitted that brief as an exhibit. And now, so then they had to recuse themselves. But when that happened, the governor got his own lawyer to represent the state and represent the governor's office, because the Attorney General in that extreme case refused to. But the other thing about the Attorney General's office position, it's a springboard to a Senate seat or the California governorship, or a more advanced political office. Kamala Harris is the best example of that. Look at all the traction she got out of being an Attorney General. But it's also, they have a mouthpiece. The Attorney General issues press releases all the time trying to curry political support for his office, but it's an elected position. And so if one Attorney General, in this case, is having political difficulties getting reelected, and another Republican or independent Attorney General who's more sympathetic to our cause is getting traction, then we want to do everything we can to get every vote out for that other Attorney General, because it would be a huge change in our favor if we had a Attorney General who was not inclined to just bend over backwards to defend unconstitutional laws.
So you think about weighing some of these positions, and you're using words like huge. And this election cycle, that is Michael Gates that we would be talking about, who has seen some traction in the polls. What exactly is the weight that you see for that position when it comes specifically to organizations like ours, which is bringing lawsuits? I mean, you think about the potential of a pro-Second Amendment versus not a pro-Second Amendment governor. You think about the same thing for AG. Where does the position of AG rank for you?
Once you had Trump in office, his whole administration became pro-Second Amendment, defensive of the Second Amendment, because that was his instruction. Now, the Attorney General is elected separately from the governor, and the Attorney General does not have the same amount or the same type of authority as the governor. So you're still going to have to fight the state, but the Attorney General can tell the governor he's wrong. He's the governor's lawyer. So, it's more a matter of, will it help, not will it solve everything? Unlike in the federal circumstance where now it's top all the way down is aligned with Second Amendment rights, we would at least have a key player, the chief law enforcement officer of the state, looking at our lawsuits and not necessarily just opposing them for political reasons, because he wouldn't be politically aligned with those gun control political objectives.
All right, guys. So we were having a little bit of trouble with our wonderful AI map. So we did end up finding another election map to kind of look at some of these results. Jacob, if you can have it up on screen, let's take a look at it. It looks like about 50% of the votes have come in. You can kind of see the way that the counties are shaping up for governor right now. Currently, it looks like Steve Hilton and Xavier Becerra are both getting about 26% of the vote. Steve Hilton's up by a little bit. Tom Steyer has gained a little bit.
I'm going to ask Jacob if you could hit the little button that says show all candidates.
Yeah, let's see where Bianco.
But Bianco looks like he has Riverside and Lassen County.
Okay, at 11%, which is
Yeah.
kind of what he was at before that. And then what does the Attorney General's race look like?
Scrolling down.
So many people going for governor. It's ridiculous. That's Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General. Okay, so Rick, tell us what this is about. They've got Rob Bonta on there with a check mark next to his name after 38% of the votes are in him at 54.3%, Michael Gates at 41.3%. Why do they got a check mark for Bonta?
Because he's over the 50% mark, so he's guaranteed to go. This is kind of just game playing to me because Marjorie is not going to be able to beat Michael. I mean, it's clear that he's going to be the other person in that race. So
Yeah, so why not put the check mark for him as well?
exactly.
So that's just political scheming a little bit there. This is what we were having trouble with. And Jacob, can you go over to the state Senate and the state Assembly?
If you don't mind, if he goes down, the LA mayor's race is
Oh,
really
yeah, let's take a look
interesting
at the LA mayor's race.
because you got Karen Bass and Spencer Pratt, neither one near the 50% mark, but there's 46% of the vote in, and they're number one and number two. Raymond
Karen
doesn't-
Bass only has 6.5% on Spencer Pratt right now.
Yeah.
Is that about where you thought it would be?
Well, it's a little less than that. It's not quite 6.5, but that's fine. I'll take that 10th from you. But anyways, but if you're looking like at this election, Rahman's out. She's not going to the election. So we actually have a Republican in an LA mayoral race in November.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the guy that was thought of as a joke, not a joke.
Well, I'll tell you another guy they thought was a joke. So we've definitely seen it in our lifetime. And I feel like Spencer Pratt can only pick up more steam kind of from
especially after tonight.
Right, from where he's coming from. Let's take a look at the state assembly and the state senate, see how those are shaping out. Looks like, you've got 48, 41, 40, 21% reporting on some of these races. Any of these sticking out to you, Rick? Looks like a couple of check marks come in here.
Yeah, well, I'm looking, you have several of those races that when you look at it, they were uncontested. So that's why they're already won. But I'm also looking at some of these other races, and there were some people that were being counted out that they wouldn't make it through this jungle primary process. But you're seeing there are several Republicans that are going to be in there. Senate District 4 is interesting because that is a district that had two different Republicans, and we had a very strong showing from the incumbent that was a Democrat that had switched over. And it looks like her challenger Duarte is ahead. So right now it looks like it's going to be Brendan Duarte, and Duarte will take that in El Dorado County. That's where that one's at. So she'll be able to come out in the general because she'll pick up the Alvarado Gill vote. And so that is very interesting. So that will be like earlier when you're talking about based on where we're at right now, if this trend holds, that would be someone who would pick up an endorsement.
Right. So do you see any surprises here so far? Do you see any
That
changes?
one's a surprise. I wasn't sure that Duarte was going to be able to pull this off. Her husband's a former congressman, but she has. And this is also that test that, Alvarado Gill, if you look at her, been very supportive of the Second Amendment, but she was a Democrat that switched parties. And there's still people that are like, I don't care, I don't trust that. And I think that's what you're seeing in that particular race. I think when you go down, I'm absolutely fascinated. If you look at 16, Hurtado, who is the incumbent, but Hurtado is somebody that turned on our community specifically if you'll remember.
I do remember.
When it came to a little thing called the excise tax. And look at that. You've got Gonzalez out soundly ahead of her. So if that holds, that is going to be a huge change up. And we are obviously backing him. But that would be a flip of a seat. So that's why I'm saying, there are some of these races in here that as you're looking at them, they are absolutely.
I guess that just reminding people or letting people know within Second Amendment legislation, we was it last year or a couple years ago had the 2 years ago, the legislature passed an 11% excise tax for gun owners on purchased parts and
Jacob,
firearms.
could you slow down a little bit more?
And what was it? Hurtado basically came out and said she wasn't going to support it, and she ended up supporting it?
Yeah, and here's one of the ones that I'm looking at. Like, so you have 40, Musgrove and Bruce Lane are both out ahead. There is a Democrat in that race, but this looks like it's shaping up to be a Republican versus Republican that's going to continue into the November.
That is interesting. What is District 40? Where is that?
That's San Diego.
San Diego. We'll scroll down. Let's see some of those.
But you're also looking
assembly
at
districts as well.
Some of these other ones. You're seeing who's up there. So you've got Strickland, which was uncontested. He's got Duncan. Blake Spears got Bassett. So this is going to be very interesting because these are going to become very competitive, very heated races in November.
Well, let's scroll down and see some of those other ones on the right-hand column there.
That'd be the assembly.
Berman versus Johnson, 72. So that one's kind of looking like, well, I mean, they both go, right? If they're the top two.
Correct.
But that one is looking pretty decisive for Berman.
Which is sad because he's one of the most anti, as you know, Second Amendment people. But again, this is one of those times I'll look at you and go, but Berman, he's least being contested. If you go to, there's a couple of seats in here where there was nobody running against a person.
Right.
And so, hats off to people that run against people to try to replace them.
We'll scroll down a little bit more, Jacob. Let's finish up the assembly side. Any surprises that you're seeing here?
Well, I'm waiting to see if we get down to 58. So here we go. So you got Castillo and Cervantes. They're both going to make it. We do not know what the spread is. That will be something that will be very interesting. But then you got Hernandez versus Chen. The Green Party's not going to win in that district. That's in Fullerton area. So that's not going to happen. But you're also looking at some of these other areas. There's definitely going to be some heated races that we're going to see come out of this. And, when you start to get down here, you got Ta and Swift and Sanchez. Those are all people we want to keep. But if you look at 69, Lowenthal's going to stay in there, and his Democratic challenger, that's Long Beach. He didn't have a challenger that was going to remove him. But then when you look, Petrie Norris, she could get flipped by Russell. Davies and Farias are going to be going at. DeMaio, I think, is going to lock his up and hold on to it. But Villanueva, there's a possibility that they could remove the incumbent. Boner, we're going to have to see, or Boehner, we have to see what happens there. But you got Sharp Collins, who, while Lawson made it in, I think Sharp Collins, that's San Diego, she's going to be able to hold that.
And I guess we should dispel this a little bit. We didn't really talk about a lot of these races where you're not really even seeing any votes because it is a jungle primary. These aren't necessarily uncontested elections. You might have a Democrat and a Republican, or two Democrats or two Republicans in any one of these races. The reason why it says uncontested here is because of the way that the jungle primary process works. The top two people are going to go to November. So
that's why when you look at 72, if this holds, both of those will go through, and then we'll have to see what happens.
Oh, and so you got Vandermark at 37%. Is that a surprise to you? Did you expect?
Yeah, I was hoping to see a little bit more, but Vandermark had several other challenges within the Republican Party. So long as she finishes first, then she should be able to hold the seat.
Well, were you guys able to find the LA County Sheriff race?
And currently
we should definitely
Villanueva
look at that.
is being soundly outpaced in that race.
So that's the House. Was it on another tab or was it on this one? Long Beach Mayor.
It's another tab.
Yeah, it's another tab.
So you've got Luna right there at 48%. You've got Alex Villanueva at 21%. It doesn't look like they show on this one how much of the vote has come in, but 48% isn't half yet.
Nope.
So if it is Villanueva and Luna that end up going to November, how do you see a lot of these other votes
That's going to be a
being
very
cast?
bitter rematch.
Yeah.
And it's going to be very interesting because both of these guys have people that love them, people that don't. Oscar Martinez, very strong Second Amendment supporter, along with Villanueva. Luna, not so much. So when you look at some of these other people that ran, it's going to be interesting to see who pledges their support behind which of these two lead candidates.
Well, fair enough. Jacob, let's go ahead and just check in really quick on the AG and the governor races. And then I did want to, talking about Alex Villanueva, I wanted to
Well, let's
bring
look
a
at the
little
LA
bit of a
mayor real
reminder
quick, if you
as
don't
well.
mind.
Yeah. So LA mayor, it looks like Pratt, essentially the same.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you need to refresh the web page, or is it refreshing on its own? Okay, it's probably refreshing on its own. Still looking at about 50% of the votes in there. You've got
So-
Bass and Pratt up top. What does the governor race look like?
Well, actually, here's the so Attorney General's still looking pretty good at 48%.
Well, the real good part is that Marjorie is still at 4.5%. So
Yeah.
that's going to keep Gates in that vote. Hopefully, as time goes on tonight, we'll see him close that gap a little bit more. And then what does the governor race look like?
Well, if you go back to Lieutenant Governor, Gloria Romero and Fiona May are very, very close. And this is an interesting one, too, because Gloria Romero has been running on the Steve Helton and Brad Gates ticket. But Gloria Romero, if you remember, used to be one of the top Democrats in the legislature, and she switched parties. So the fact that she's switched parties and she's able to get that much traction against two Democrats is pretty amazing.
Well, you're basically writing the script for me. The next thing that
Sorry.
I wanted to touch on was some of this movement. Let's go ahead and look at the governor race one more time really quick. Looks like Hilton is still in front of Becerra and Steyer. Go ahead and show all the candidates so that we can see where Bianco is. This is with 47% of the votes in. Bianco's still at 11.21%. Well, Jacob, let's go ahead and pull this. If we can take a break from the data for a second.
It just
looks
updated.
like it just updated.
And Hilton's still out ahead.
If we can, though, we can come back to this. Let's take a break from the data really quick and bring up this article, just sort of pointing out the progress and the shift that we have seen in the state as time has gone along. One of the major things that we did see was Alex Villanueva, who when he first became sheriff in Los Angeles County, he ran as a Democrat, and now it's sort of changed. We did run this one, guys, as a YouTube video when it happened, but I figured we could just sort of do a little bit of a reminder tonight. The Fox News article reads like this: former Los Angeles County Sheriff Alex Villanueva is now a registered Republican after leaving the Democrat Party. As of today, I'm leaving the party of paid protests, purple hair, and pronouns, and I'm joining the party of faith, family, and freedom. Villanueva told the Unite Inland Empire Conservative Conference on Saturday. Today, I announced ending 44 years as a registered Democrat and joining the GOP. Time to make California purple again, he posted on X. The former sheriff led the large blue counties department from 2018 to 2022 as he was defeated by a significant margin by Sheriff Robert Luna in 2022. The move was met with open arms by Republican leaders in the Golden State. So I guess, Rick, we have talked about this a little bit. Oh, there's more. I left the California Democrat Party when I saw it no longer stood for the values I was raised with, personal responsibility, public safety, and freedom. Alex Villanueva made the same call. It takes courage, but It's the right move. Welcome to our movement to restore common sense. California Republican Party Chairwoman Corin Rankin posted on X. Alex Villanueva, you are not alone. Many classical liberals have noticed that the California Democrat Party has lost their way and that they champion crime and criminals. You don't need to be a Republican to vote for sanity, but it helps. Roxanne Hodge, chairwoman of the Republican Party of Los Angeles, also posted on X. So, Rick, I mean, there have been comments about this one both ways.
Yep.
How much of this is based on values? How much of this is based on political moves? Do we see? I mean, I feel like we have seen a general trend in the direction of the right when it comes to, you've already mentioned a couple of elected officials that have changed parties. How exactly have you seen that trend come about, and how do you see that pertaining to Alex Villanueva?
Well, there are those, obviously, that want to say it's a move to the right. You know, I don't remember exactly when he made the quote, but I think it was very telling when, you know, the richest man on the planet, Elon Musk, said, I was a registered Democrat. I didn't leave the Democratic Party. It left me. It moved so far to the left that I ended up in the Republican camp because the Republicans moved to the center. I think there's a lot of that in the elections right now. I think there's a lot of people that are like, I still have the same values. I mean, one of the things that I said to somebody recently was, you know, one of the darlings of the Democratic Party mythology is John Fitzgerald Kennedy. But let's look at JFK. If JFK was alive today as a card-carrying life member of the NRA, he would not be listed as a Democrat in California. You know, but back then you could be a hunter, you could be an outdoors person, you could and be a Democrat and work with unions. I mean, there were so many people, but they have moved so far to the progressive left. Some people would say more towards a socialism agenda, that there's a lot of people are like, no, I'm not going to do that. And so that has pushed people. So I'm not so sure how many people have become ultra conservative is versus they are like, I'm not leaving the center. And there's one party that has moved towards the center to take me under their wing, and that's the Republicans.
So you're saying it's more of a natural thing that's happening as the parties move, as opposed to people making...
Yeah, and the Democrats, you have an old guard and a new guard. And if you look at like the devices of the David Hoggs, you know, that came out of the shooting in Florida and think they should run the Democratic Party at the age of 26. You look at the 10 years older group ran by the former bartender AOC. And their whole mantra is go farther left, go farther left. The only person that's kind of the oddball in that's Bernie Sanders at his age. But everybody else that's closer to his age is trying to either figure out how not to move farther left or how to act like they are without doing it, which would be more like, the present leadership of the Senate. And so, you know, when you look at like a Schumer doing that kind of a game, that's caused a lot of people to become disenfranchised.
I mean, do we still kind of see some of those people, in the central to northern part of the state, even though they are, listed as Democrats? We still see them vote with the pro-2A legislation?
There's still a lot of those Democrats there in the Central Valley, parts of Northern California that don't agree. There are a lot of them that it's not as clear cut. It's more of a gray issue on the Second Amendment. They back us on some things in the Second Amendment. They don't on others. And a lot of it is education of their people. A lot of people have heard that anything that looks a certain way is bad. And when you get out there and you actually spend time with them and talk to them and show them how things work, they're like, wow, that's not what I was told. I mean, I hear that a ton when I'm traveling through those different areas. I also believe that a lot of this comes down to economics, and people have seen what is possible. We've had a lot of people travel to out of state, like I shared. I just went over to the good state of Arizona, and it didn't take me long to go, wow, they're paying like significantly less just for their annual registration on their cars, and yet their freeways were cleaner, nicerly kept up. I mean, like, it makes you think like, wait a second, we have more people, check, more money, check. We pay more money, like check.
Yeah.
And we have, a tenth of the infrastructure being maintained compared to the people with less money, less people. But wait. And then I have a legislature and a governor, it's like, hey, you know what? We found another way to tax you. We found another way.
Yeah.
You know, and I go back to, you know, since we're looking at the 250th anniversary, one of the things that shocked me, when people go to Mount Vernon, there's always something that shocks them. For a lot of people, it's when they find out that George Washington and his wife are buried, and it says nothing about who he was as a general or anything else. It just says George Washington, American farmer, Martha Washington, his wife.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. That's all he wanted. But the most amazing thing to me was when I got to read this thing where George Washington said, and brace yourself for this, if Americans ever see more than 3% in taxes, they should revolt.
We're well past that.
Wow. He'd be looking at us right now going, what are you doing in California?
Yeah, no kidding. But yet here we are. We do still tend to see this, and I think a lot of that does come down to the party lines voting that we've been conditioned to do that we talked about earlier. Guys, it is past 9 o'clock in the state of California now. We have seen these results coming in for about an hour now. We're going to hang out for a little while longer, do a couple more check-ins. We touched on litigation. We've touched on a couple of our programs at CRPA. One of the things that we do that you, Rick, are consistently advocating for gun owners in Sacramento is the legislative side. I wanted to touch on our outlook in legislation for the end of the year. We can do a couple more check-ins on some of these election results, which I think we should do now. But after that, we are gonna bid you adieu. Like I said earlier, we're not expecting to get 100% of the vote in on this. California generally likes to take about a week to count these out, so we are not necessarily going to see final results tonight. And maybe, Rick, what we do is we just follow up with a YouTube video on the results from the election, and we can get them to you guys that way. But if we can, Jacob, if it's not already up on the screen, let's get it up on the screen. Looks like we do still have, with 47% of the votes in on governor, have Steve Hilton at 26.7%.
Which is absolutely amazing, looking at how much money Tom Steyer and Becerra's campaigns have thrown into this. And for Hilton to be there at the 26.69% mark is just absolutely amazing. And last I checked, Bianco was in fourth, which was a very good showing for a sheriff. We just got some more numbers in, and so it looks like Hilton's moving almost a full percentage point out ahead. What's amazing to me is Katie Porter, Matt Mahan, Villaraigosa, Yee. But look at, like I said earlier, you look down there and there's still, despite everything, there's still 16,000 people that said Eric Swalwell was a better choice than.
Yeah, holy smokes.
That always cracks me up in these. But Villaraigosa is one that, with all the clout that he had coming out of one of the biggest cities in America, LA, only 1.3.
Well, I mean, I think that can probably be a big indicator that money does talk. You saw, we talked about the $200 million from Tom Steyer.
Yep.
Xavier Becerra also threw a lot of money into his campaign. And are any of these counties sticking out to you, just as far as all of the ones that are red? It looks like there's really only a few that are.
Well, you can see that
blue,
Riverside and Lassen will go for Hilton. I mean, they're going
Bianco?
to, or no, they're for Bianco right now, but I'm saying that will flip over to, in November, those will easily flip over.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
To Hilton. So
even if Riverside and Lassen have Bianco as a majority, that will translate to Hilton votes if it's Hilton and Becerra that make it to the November runoff.
Well, and I think that's, barring some weird upset, I think that's what we're looking at. It's probably going to be a Hilton Becerra thing with we're darn near 50%. And so could it change? Yeah, but I don't see a change where Bianco's going to gain, outpace the game, that.
What about Steyer making up 10% at this point?
Steyer, I don't know. He's down about 200 and, a little over 200,000 votes. So it just depends. I mean, you're talking that like the top two should get a little over 2 million votes, and that would be about 1.6 if it held.
We'll do the math here. You've got.
But here's the math. Like what you're saying is we have basically about 26 million people that could have voted.
And yeah, that's one way to do the math.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the percentages. What does the November election look like if you consolidate the Republican and Democrat votes?
You can't do that. That's
Why
what
not?
everybody wants to do. Well, because here's why. Tom Steyer has preached going way, way, way to the left of everybody except for Matt Mahan and stuff. So those Mahan and Steyer votes, which together are just shy of 1 million votes,
Could turn into what?
that means if Becerra tries to go grab those votes, he has to move left, which could cause some of those people that were with Becerra and others to shift to the center where Helton's laying.
That's pretty interesting. So it's almost like the spectrum doesn't necessarily go all the way around to the circle. You get bumped out when you move further down.
Right.
Well, that's certainly going to be something to watch. Needless to say, there will be work for a Republican candidate if they are to get to the November election for sure.
Right.
So obviously we're going to be here for that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Attorney General's race. See how that one is shaping out after a couple of updates here.
All the people that ran.
I know, it's every time, huh? So they've called
there you
it.
go.
They've
Yeah.
called it for
It's
Rob
Gates.
Bonta and Michael Gates. So
Yeehaw.
so
So we have a beautiful Attorney General's race
well,
now.
and what's crazy about this, and just do like the simple math that I tried to do with the governor's race.
Mm-hmm.
You've got, I mean, how many people actually ran here? Is it just these three?
Well, look at this. The total number of reported votes for Attorney General, 3.9 million. Jacob, if you could go just slightly back up for a second, and what you're going to see is the total number of votes for governor, 4 million. So there are people that voted for governor that did not vote for Attorney General or Lieutenant Governor.
Yeah, that is definitely interesting. But that is right there. Go back down to the Attorney General. That is, it looks like 100% of the vote. And what I mean by that is there's only 3 people that ran in this. So
Right.
is that, 12 points? Are you able to make up 12 points with potentially consolidating that green vote if you're Michael Gates?
Well, you got to realize something. In this election, and I'm glad you brought that up, Rob Bonta spent a ton of money. Michael Gates didn't. Michael Gates raised a ton of money. He spent next to nothing.
Because he knew he was going to make it
Right.
to November.
And so he has saved up his war chest. So now what we're going to get to see is the war chest come out. And right now what's shaping up is a very strong Hilton, Gates, and Romero ticket. What would be interesting to see is what happened in the superintendent, to see how Sonia Shaw did, because that was the 4th part of the ticket. And if she's doing well, which I'm going to try to look up.
While you're looking at that, let's go ahead and look at the LA mayor, Jacob. So guys, that one is done. We will see Michael Gates and Rob Bonta in the Attorney General race in November. So that's one that we're definitely going to have to talk about going forward. Looks like Spencer Pratt dropped by your 0.1%.
Yep. But here's my point. Karen Bass, with almost half, is nowhere near the 50% mark. So this will be a runoff election in November.
Well, it will be a runoff November election, but again, it's like almost thinking, how will the other votes get consolidated into those 2 candidates? I feel like LA mayor can definitely be a mixed bag.
So here's what you got to look at. The Ramen people do not like Bass.
Right.
So if you don't like Bass, where are you going to go?
Hopefully right to Pratt. For sure. Well, let's go ahead and do the doom scrolling on the Senate and Assembly side as well. See if we've gotten any more check marks in these races. Let's just start at the top and go all the way down. Any of these sticking out to you? It looks like nearing or over 50% for a lot of these.
So Connolly, his research, his with 39%
Which
of the votes.
district
That's
is
in
Connolly?
District 2 for state.
Oh, I see it.
But Gibbs is in a good position, so I think that's going to be the runoff. So I'm very happy for her. Looking down, Gonzalez is still out ahead
Which
of
district is that?
Hurtado. That's District 16.
I see.
So that's looking good. Massig in 12 is doing quite well. So, and that wasn't supposed to go that way, but it is. And so that,
it just got a
look at
check
that.
mark right
Jacob
on.
touched it and gold. We love it. So those are all looking really, really good. Niello looks like he's going to hold his position. And that's up there in District 6. If we go on down a little bit,
Oh, Niello just got a check mark.
yep. So that's what I mean. Like, we're looking good. We're holding on. It looks like we might pick up a couple. 24, 69% of the vote is in, and it looks like that's going to be
Wow.
Marshall and Goldsmith. And
Does
they're
that
pretty
have to be a
close.
race where
There's multiple people, yeah.
candidates if they only got 20% and 70% of the votes in?
Yeah. So that's pretty interesting. But if you start to look, there are places where we can definitely pick up, and that's a good thing.
Okay, let's go back up and let's look at the assembly seats here. Looks like Hadwick is at 49%. Versus her opponent, who is at 38%.
Yeah, she's going to be fine.
Kind of surprising that there's no check mark for that one.
It'll probably be coming up. But we also have Flora that's still out ahead, holding on. Hoover's still holding on.
Which district is Flora? Oh, I see. Florida's
yeah.
District 9.
And Hoover's in 7.
Cervantes in 12 has 26 to 24.
Like Wicks is a shoe-in with 80% of the vote. So there's some of those that are looking good. But then if you start to...
So it looks like Bonta took District 18 with 74% of the vote. She's got a check mark next to her name.
Alan East did.
Berman
He was
did.
uncontested.
Any of these surprising you so far?
Nope.
So, guys, we are looking at about 50% of the votes having.
So here
come
we go,
in.
47. That's one that is hotly contested. That's Wallace, and he's out ahead
18%.
handedly. So that's good.
Where is
because
District 47?
that is out by Coachella, and the reason that's important is because in 2 races in a row, Wallace was less than 2,000 votes separating. So this 18%, that is very, very good.
Yeah, that's big. All right, keep on going down there. About 50% of the vote. Delgado, 28% to Jackson, 50 in District 60 right there. Not seeing too many more of these races being called yet. So it's almost like you had a wave where you were able to call some of these races, and going to have to wait for more. Look at that. District 80 has 62% of the vote. Alvarez has it pretty handily there. Anything else catching your eye, Rick, after this round of kind of checking in on the data?
I'm just checking.
You were looking for.
Yeah, so right now, Sonia Shaw is clearly out ahead of Richard Barrera.
And what seat was that again?
And that's for the Superintendent of Public Instruction. So the 4-person team of Hilton, Romero for Lieutenant Governor, Shaw, and Gates seems to be a very successful ticket. And that was a ticket that was pushed heavily by Carl DeMaio's Reform California.
And what does that mean to have a ticket like that?
That means they're able to pull resources and have even more strength going into the November election.
So basically what you're talking about is grouping the advocacy or grouping the campaigns
Right.
In a way where you can potentially reach more people.
So you can look at that. So, that was a very crowded field. Shaw has come out ahead. You look at the Treasury candidates. Hawks is doing really well with Kudlin-Caucus. Neither one got 50%, so that's going to be in there. And so Republicans are doing surprisingly well in a very liberal state right now.
Well, we talked about the shift that we've been seeing.
So
over
now
the
we
last
got to
few
see
years.
if the Republicans show up in November.
And that is going to be a big push.
Big fight.
Surely. So we've kind of run through this again. Guys, we've talked about litigation, which is what CRPA does. We've talked about some of the programs. Obviously, we're paying attention to the elections. There is one other big part that we do at CRPA, and that is legislation.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm sitting here with Rick Travis, who is the legislative director of CRPA. He's our lobbyist up in Sacramento, which is why it's almost always so much fun to have you in studio.
Yeah, it's so nice to be
able
here.
to be able to hang out with you here. Might be a little bit easier a pill to swallow than where you work up in Sacramento.
I'm with people that I like. This is great.
But I did want to just kind of get the picture from you, like we kind of got the litigation picture from Chuck, on what we are currently facing. And I guess before we get into some of these specific bills, what might not be on here is what we've already defeated. Can you enlighten us a little bit for, I guess, not even the 2026 year, but the 2025-2026 session,
Right.
and how pro-Second Amendment versus anti-Second Amendment legislation has performed?
Well, okay, so start off with, prior to this session, it wasn't for a lack of trying, so I want to make sure I proudly am in a position that was built on the backs of my predecessors who did amazing work against a horrific wall, especially since like 2010. And a lot of that goes out to my good friend Roy Griffith, who was my predecessor, and prior to him, Tom Pedersen. They both had incredibly difficult jobs, and both of those men did incredible work and laid a lot of the groundwork. And so some of the fruits that I'm being able to reap were sown like over a decade ago. And both of those men left this position before they got to see some of those fruits come. So my hat goes off to both of those gentlemen. But looking at where we're at now, there have been some changes. We were able to get a lot of people in our community to have the attitude of we can't be a one and done crowd. We have to be let's have our own zombie bills, start fighting back. And what that has done is, we were getting hit with 40, 50, 60, 100 like negative bills. And what we have started doing, because the games have been changed a little bit in Sacramento, is we're already working on legislative ideas coming up for the next session while we're still in this session. But we're also defeating some of those bill ideas that are negative this session before they come in next session. So there's a lot of that goes on that the general public doesn't see. But, right now when we're looking, we just went through the first 5 months of the session, which is the bill in the House of Origin. So if it's an Assembly bill, that'd be the Assembly, or Senate bill in the Senate. And then we go into the second half when a bill survives to get in there. And that second half, you have about 6 weeks with an election year, about 8 in a non-election year, because obviously the election kind of takes people's minds off of it. So it's a much quicker pace. Well, it is not abnormal for us at this point to be staring down the barrel of 30 plus bills. And right now, when you look at what we're staring down the barrel at, it's 3 in the Senate and a whopping 5 in the Assembly. That's 8. That's a significant change. What's more, or just as important in my book, is before we might have 1 or 0 bills that were positive. And right now we're looking at, we have 4 positive bills in the Assembly and 3 in the Senate, which means almost 50-50. That hasn't happened in a long time.
Or ever?
Yeah, so...
Like you go back to a time where you didn't need pro-Second Amendment legislation.
Right.
So maybe that's never happened. I wonder if we can look that up.
When I find time.
Yeah, sure, I'm sure.
But, so some of the bills are pretty egregious that are coming up against us, and I will talk about the ones in the Senate. We obviously have 2 that are really, really bad. That would be 948, which is the FFC. We've talked about that multiple times, and the FFC is designed to become a license, basically, to have a firearm and be able to purchase a firearm.
Can you walk us through, and I was hoping we could at least get a description of all of these, but 948 is an interesting one. We end up talking about a success that we had on 948, because they originally introduced 948 as requiring 8 additional hours of firearms training for people in order for them to purchase a gun. So where we've seen a lot of firearms training is maybe if you're going to get a CCW. Obviously, we're going to recommend that people train anyways. Shooting firearms is a perishable skill, so training is always a good idea. But basically, to create a requirement to exercise a constitutional right seems like it doesn't exactly align with the Constitution.
It doesn't. There's not a historical reference for it, as Chuck Michelle would talk about. It violates the Bruin decision. Plus, it puts an economic barrier. You got to look at a lot of the people that we deal with, including with the trainers and stuff, are people that, and I'm going to use a great example on this bill. I got to go meet with a group of nurses, male and female, most of them in their 30s. And it was very, very telling, because I'm talking to these nurses, and, nursing is a very well-paid job. And these nurses looked at me and said, different professions. A couple were real estate agents, a couple of them were in businesses, different things. And they ended up becoming single parents. A couple of them lost their spouses. They passed. Several of them divorces, things like that. And it really didn't matter, but they realized, hey, the only way I can support my kids with a really secure job and a secure future is go back to school and become a nurse. So that's a path they chose. Most of them are saddled with anywhere from $150,000 to $300,000 worth of debt, which means they are working the next 10 years. And yes, they're getting paid well, but it's all going to pay loans.
Right.
So they live in low-income housing, which is mind-boggling, because when you think nurse, that's not what you're thinking.
Yeah.
And so therefore they're in places with higher crime rates. They want to be able to protect their kids, and they get told by the cops, you need a gun.
Right.
Well, now this nurse has to figure out, male or female, who's going to watch their kids while they go take a class. They can no longer take the test if this goes through at the FFL. They have to go to a separate trainer, and often those trainers are going to make them go on a separate day to do firearms training. That costs a lot of money. That is not just the money for the class and the money for the range and the money for the ammo. That's also the money for childcare. That's also the money that they're losing because they're going to have to take vacation time off, probably have to pick up extra shifts to pay for it. That's less time with their kids. It's an incredible amount of junk being laid on top of these people to exercise a right, which we don't care if it's 4 hours, which it's been amended down to, or 8. No. No is our answer. No.
Yeah, so that's obviously our take on it. They're trying to essentially create a licensing scheme for with the firearm safety card, and there are some other things.
They're trying to use, let's call it straight up, they're trying to use safety, unlike the CRPA, who's done it for 150 years for the right reasons. They're trying to use the guise of safety as a reason to exclude people from being able to exercise a right.
So going from exclusion to unnecessary exclusion to unnecessary inclusion. We're also looking at Assembly Bill 1473. Can you go ahead and explain that one to us?
1473?
Or I'm sorry, 1743. I mixed up the number.
Yeah, so, no problem. That is, we all remember when we got doxxed.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the bright idea.
Another reason not to vote for Rob Bonta, by the way.
Yeah. So here's the bright idea. Instead of just letting grad students at UC Davis look at firearms data, let's let community college students, let people that are fresh out of high school be able to do it, because your information is going to be safe. And they try to make it look like it's just criminal, but you got to realize this is any data that has been due to a law enforcement interaction. So I'm a CCW person, I get pulled over for a ticket. That's a law enforcement interaction with a firearm. My data could be accessed.
What do you mean by your data?
Who I am, where I live, what firearm I own, all of that.
So it's not just like a dot on a graph or
Nope.
a number on an Excel spreadsheet. Like what you're actually talking about is people having access to information that would be the equivalent of doxing, but legalized because they're running it through the legislature like this.
Correct.
Which obviously is an issue. We've got
And there's
campaigns
differences
against
in
this
these
one.
universities. Some universities tend to lean more conservative, and some way more left than I think any of us would like our information to be.
Which one does
given
UC
to.
Davis lean towards?
I would say way left.
Oh, okay. just
for the
just
record.
making sure. How about Assembly Bill 1810 when we're talking about the centralized list?
Yeah, again, this is a centralized list. This is designed to go after FFLs. And what this says is, like, if you're an FFL and you have errors in your paperwork and you have negative interactions or interactions with law enforcement, obviously a bigger box store is going to have more because of sheer volume, then you lose your right to sell firearms for 2 years. And while you get pulled off the list of the top 10, somebody else gets put on. So this is death by 1,000 cuts to our gun stores.
And then I never really understood this one. I've seen a couple of bills that have kind of been framed like this over the last couple of years. It has to do with voluntary firearms storage programs, or
Right.
like we've seen in the past.
Assembly Bill 1974.
Yeah. What? So go enlighten us on this
and what
one.
this bill is trying to do is, the concept is, for whatever reason, there's some legitimate reasons. Maybe you have somebody that's going through some mental health issues and you want your firearms placed somewhere temporarily safe. Well, it doesn't really define a safe way to do that. That goes on your record that you did move them over. And the idea is that a law enforcement agency has the room and the wherewithal, and it's going to be friendly enough to take all those firearms in. There's a lot of holes in this one. A lot of different law enforcement agencies like, no, we don't like it. But this is a Berman bill, and Berman doesn't listen. And so we're having to fight this.
Well, there are a few more here, but I'll just touch on one more. I'm looking at Senate Bill 1220 on prohibited persons. What's going on with that?
That one is kind of in a gray area right now, but the one we should be talking about is 1305.
That's the bear bill.
Yeah, and this is why. This bill is completely deceptive. There's been a couple of these. 1305 is designed to hit people's heartstrings and say, let's bring back grizzly bears. But I'm just going to explain to everybody, even if you don't hunt, you love hunters, because hunters is what defends your rights to have long distance ranges, so you can have all the other rifles that you like to use, from the AR-15 models all the way up. What this would do is it would bring bears from the lower 48 states into 3 different parts of California. Along with them would be the threatened status, which will close off hunting areas and ranges. So this is not a friendly bill to wildlife. It's not a friendly bill to livestock, and it's definitely not a friendly bill to the Second Amendment.
Just as a reminder, I feel like this is easy for people to kind of like be nostalgic about because of the thought process of the California grizzly bear. But the California grizzly bear doesn't exist anymore,
No.
right?
And these bears are significantly larger than the California grizzly bear.
So this ain't the California grizzly bear, so don't think that this is just like some iconic thing that you're seeing on a flag now.
And a part of this too is, Kevin, to your point, we don't have the kind of land that those bears need, which means the majority of those bears, and this has even been admitted by the scientists, will die when we bring them into the state. So if you really love grizzly bears, why would you put that kind of a death sentence on them?
And that's why you have conservation organizations all around educating on that sort of thing. So speaking about educating, just kind of as a whole, these are the bills that we are still fighting against. This is kind of a filtered process. There have been plenty, and I mean plenty, of gun control bills that have already been fought down and are no longer on the table for this legislative session. What kind of advocacy have we seen so far in 2026 throughout the House of Origin? These bills just flipped houses. So if they started in the Assembly, they just came over into the Senate. If they started in the Senate, they just came over to the Assembly. So what kind of advocacy have we already seen against these bills? And then what are we looking forward to as far as advocacy is concerned?
Well, we've got some incredible coalitions on those bills. We didn't talk about one, the 3D printing bill, AB 2047. Incredible coalitions have been built on these bills. This is going to be a very quick fight. Like I said, it's going to be about 6 weeks. But I think we're going to get at least half of them. I can't tell you which ones, but at least half of these will get killed. And the other half, I'm hoping that we'll neuter them enough that they'll have a very low threshold to be able to defeat in a court.
And with that sort of expectation that you have going into August, which is essentially when we're drawing the final lines on these bills, if they're going to be passed, how does that compare over the last 5 or so years as far as the results that we've had?
Definitely, it's an improvement. It's moving the right thing. But, with the short amount of time we have left, I think we should also talk about some good news.
Well, that's fair. Are you trying to segue for me? Is
Yeah,
that,
that's what I'm trying to do.
Is that what we're doing here? Obviously, I am going to get to and this is really the unprecedented part, you guys. We have always fought back, and with actually a pretty good record against gun control bills. What we have not necessarily seen, especially at this point in the year, is having the same amount of pro-2A bills still on the table as compared to the anti-Second Amendment bills. So, yeah, absolutely. Let's go through one of these. The top one that stands out to me is Assembly Bill 1948 on CCW licenses. Can you explain that one?
Yeah, so I want to say that, we talked about last year. Last year, we were hoping to get a bill across that was pro-2A. We did, and that was a first in decades. And people said, well, let's see if you can get another one across. And I'm a bit competitive, so I wanted to see if we get 2 across. I'm happy to say that where we sit right now, it looks like we may get 4 across, which is an incredible improvement. But they're all 4 really good bills. So 1948 would, as it's written currently, if nothing else gets altered on it, what it would do is it would increase for the average person their 2-year initial and 2-year renewal to 3 years in both of those slots. So that's a positive move. Is it where I would like to see it to all of you out there? No, I'd like to see 5 years at both of those, maybe even 6. But it's a step in the right direction, and it's more than anybody thought we would get.
And it's still going to have a huge impact on the community as far as processing renewals and processing new
and
CCWs.
Keeping costs lower and
keeping
things like
costs
that.
and wait times lower.
We have been fighting for years against some archaic stuff that didn't allow you to carry your CCW firearm while hunting. We were able to go through the Game Commission and work with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and we're able to reverse everything except one thing, and that was deer, Kevin. That was because of an almost 80-year-old law that said people are going to take their handguns to kill a deer, which anybody that's hunted a deer realizes that's kind of ludicrous. But then try to make it look like it was an archery thing. That never actually happened, by the way. We found out from the department, we never arrested anybody for that. So that was interesting in 80 years. And so we have a archery CCW bill called Assembly Bill 1912 that's going through. That was a Heather Hadwick bill. But Heather also came to our aid because we've been trying to get it so youth with life-threatening illnesses could hunt and fish without being harassed. We got Senator Choi out of Irvine to bring Senate Bill 1021, which made it over into the Assembly and is going through Water Parks and Wildlife here in the next week. And along with that, we got a hunting tag transfer. And so for a lot of people, myself included, you get that hunting tag and then a life event like my wife being diagnosed with cancer at that time, terminal. I'm very blessed that it didn't turn out that way. And, I have no problem saying praise God for that healing. But this would have made it so I wouldn't have lost that hunt opportunity. I would have been able to pass that down to a kid or to a kid with life-threatening illnesses or a disabled veteran. So this is a very important piece of legislation, these 2 pieces that are going through. And so this will give us 4 bills, 2 on the 2A side, 2 on the conservation, supporting obviously everything that we do within the Second Amendment. And so these are great bills. We did have one that just shows you the tenor. So I'll finish off on a negative note because, there's the pessimist in you. But a zombie bill that we have ran over and over and over, not the CRPA, but we've supported, is for Gold Star families. Those are families that have lost someone in the defense of our country. And we have lots of, whether you want to call them unhoused or homeless, depending on your political position. We have lots of those individuals that go into state parks, to go to state beaches where there's a fee and never pay it. And when I say lots, tens of thousands.
Yeah.
What this bill has been, the Gold Star bill has been, was to allow a family to be able to go one day to a state park or a state beach with no fee. Pretty small thank you.
Yeah, and you got to imagine that can't be hard. What political stance are you going to take to oppose that?
We would like to question the vast majority of the Democrats who voted it down for the 6th year in a row.
Yeah,
so
that's insane.
There's my
man.
negative side.
Well, that is fair. I guess to add to it, let's go back to what you said when we were talking about the bills that we're opposing. What you said was, looks like we can get some of them killed. And hopefully the ones that we can't, let's neuter them. So
neutering would be a good example of the FFC. They came out heavy-handed, 60 days when someone came in 8, maybe 12 hours of class, blah, 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 blah. We beat them up so hard in the House of Origin that they made that 180 days, but we're still fighting it because we're just trying to make it so ridiculously stupid that it will die. And that bill has a good chance of dying now that it's in the Assembly because you got 80 votes, so there's a little bit more area to shift some Democrats to not voting. And so we have a shot.
But here's my question on our side. Do you see opportunities for them to neuter or eliminate any of these bills, or do you see them going through or going
I
through
see
as
the
is?
4 that I said going through because we've worked really, really hard. We've got, like on 1021, I'm very proud of that bill because we literally have 16 members of the legislature, bicameral, being both Senate and Assembly, and bipartisan, Democrat and Republican, that have co-authored that bill. That makes it very defensible.
Yeah.
Going through, and also puts some pressure on the governor, who, as we know, is gearing up for a 2028 run and needs some 2A credentials that he can try to point to, which will be a joke, but I have a feeling he will sign these bills to say, well, look what I did in my
Yeah.
last 2 months. And if that works for us, it works for us.
Well, fair enough. Guys, that is a look at the 2026 legislation. It has, I guess, a lot of institutional backing, but a lot of hard work. And Rick, I guess I don't get to do this enough, but thank you very much for doing what
No,
you're doing up there. We have
I
seen,
like to say it's my pleasure, but sometimes it's painful.
and I get to have those phone calls talking you off the ledge.
Yeah.
Those are always interesting as well. But definitely appreciate the work that you're doing up there. The progress is noticeable and tangible. So we're going to keep doing what we can with the advocacy.
And I want to say something on that. We could not do this without many of you out there that are part of the chapter program. Those of you who have come up with me to Capitol Days, the men and the women of those that are part of our WAVE program, which if you're not, you need to go to the website and join that. Those are incredible women. And, out of those programs, we have a young lady who I won't embarrass her tonight, but she is the keynote speaker on our Senate Bill 1021 here in June, when all those senators and assembly members stand out there to say why this bill is so important for these kids who have life-threatening illnesses and probably won't be here in the next 2 to 3 years. And that says a lot about our community because that is not the stereotype that's been set up by Governor Newsom of who we are.
Indeed, and we're
So
going to keep,
thank you.
yeah, we're going to keep those voices coming. And guys, that sentiment rings true. Actually, I got an email from David Kimes today, and if you guys don't know,
bless him.
God bless him indeed. If you don't know who David Kimes is, he was the captain of the American shooting team that never was.
1980, yeah, he was on the plane when Jimmy Carter, as the president, said we would not be going to the Olympics, and he had to tell the people on the plane, "Thank you for playing, but we're not going." And unlike his fellow athletes who basically walked away from the Olympics, David Kimes has spent every year since training Olympians and training Paralympians and veteran Olympians in shooting sports, and has done some amazing things.
Well, definitely, and his message to me, which I guess is his message to everybody, which is we got to make sure and understand that our voice and our vote matters. We cannot let anybody, from any seat of power, communicate to us in a way that it makes us feel like our voice and our vote doesn't matter. I think that we're seeing a pretty decent result of that here in a state where everybody expects everything to be blue, and it's clearly not. So there's a good example of that. It's a good example of the progress that we've made in the legislature with the advocacy that we've done there, the letter writing campaigns. Guys, it is working and shift is happening. If there is something that you take away from tonight,
Wow.
looking towards 2028, because we have, or really it's not 2028, it's November of this year. Your vote matters. So if you did not get out and vote today, please reconsider that and get out to vote for the November general elections. But why don't we go ahead and close this out, Jacob, with our final update on the data coming in from the election tonight. Let's go ahead and start with Governor. You're looking at still just about 50%.
Can you hit that show all candidates just so we see? Because we're going to have people ask where Bianco is.
Just about 50% of the votes are in, and it looks like it's holding strong with these numbers. You've got Hilton still. Actually, Hilton has climbed a little bit, has he not? Almost
Yep.
up to 27%. Xavier Becerra almost up to 26%, Steyer almost up to 90, and Chad Bianco has even
Not
climbed
90,
a little bit.
20.
What did I say?
90.
Okay, it's late. Chad Bianco almost up to 12% there. What does Attorney General look like?
Well, there was a.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They already called this one. So we will see Michael Gates and Rob Bonta in.
What did the lieutenant governor look like? That's looking good. It looks like Romero's going to be in there. And that's interesting because it's literally less than 40,000 votes separating her from Fiona.
Yeah, 19 to 20.
Wow.
And then what about the LA mayor race?
Still looking very, very good.
Yeah, so it looks like
Pratt and
Pratt
Bass.
and Bass will be there in November. And guys, obviously, we are going to follow up with this with a video once these votes are finalized, just so that we can not assume anymore and see what the road ahead looks like. I guess, Jacob, maybe we can take one more look at what was the other race that we were looking at, aside from the state assembly and the state senate.
We looked at the superintendent. That's still staying the same. Shaw looks like she's going to be in there.
Okay.
So that's looking really good. And we're looking good on the others.
All right. Well, let's do scroll up. You passed the state senate and assembly. You need to.
Wait. If you go right back down there, you got the Shaw. Yeah, she's still in a good position. And the treasurer, Hawks, is still in a good position. So we're still looking good.
All right, then let's take one final look at the state senate races and the state assembly races all the way to the top. We'll scroll down. Let's just look at Senate first.
Yeah,
District
this is a little
2.
bit slower, if you notice the
They're
votes coming in.
still between 35 and 50%.
But we're still looking good in all these key races. So
as you're scanning this, are you feeling like Republicans have picked up seats?
that's going to be hard to tell because we've held on to some seats, but we've got some elections. Some of these, Strickland versus Duncan. Strickland's going to own that one in 36. Bassett has a good chance of unseating Blake Spears, so we're going to have to see how that piles
that'll
out.
be interesting.
But if you look now, we've had a change in 40. If you look in 40, Musgrove is no longer on the board, and the Dem Elliott at 45 and Bruce Lane at 30. So that means Musgroves would go over, and this would be a Bruce Lane and Elliott race.
And that is with 60% of the vote in, which is higher than the majority of these districts. So that is looking good. Let's go ahead and go back up to the top of state assembly. Looks like a lot of the same coming up to 50%.
So it's interesting, like they haven't called it for Hoover at 53%.
They called it for Hadwick.
Yeah, but Hadwick's good. It's amazing they haven't for Hoover, but they haven't for Ransom either. But you got to look at Patty is not that far behind, so this could be interesting. There was a couple people in that race.
That is District 13. Patty's at, 36%?
36.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens with that. But when you come down, I'm not seeing a lot of upsetment in this right now yet, but like 36, you got Gonzalez. It looks like he's going to be able to take that, so that would be good.
That's a huge lead, 46 to 24.
Yeah. 44, you got Schultz with 67. He happens to be the chair of the Public Safety Committee in the Assembly. Wallace is still doing really, really well, so that looks like we'll hold that one. Zabur, that's an interesting one because there's one that we should have tried to unseat. He's the one that tried to take away all of our rights to defend ourselves.
That was Senate Bill 1333, Assembly Bill 1333.
But then you look at Castillo and Cervantes, it's hard to tell where that's going to go because that's a rematch. And then Chen's going to be fine in 59. But then, you got to look at some of these other races and try to see where they're going to go. But several of these are candidates that we have endorsed. And then you look down here, 66, if you stop and look, that's a very close race there. Same thing in 67 and same thing in 68. So those are places where seats could flip.
And then almost all the way down here, a lot of uncontested races.
Or
down here in
uncontested
Southern
because they
California.
have both the candidates are in there.
Right. Up to 60%. So, guys, I guess this is where we are going to leave you. Looks like a lot of promise, not necessarily, breaking up a supermajority, but a lot of promise for pro-Second Amendment candidates. Obviously, the governor's race, we're going to want to keep an eye on that, and the attorney general race going into November. Otherwise, Rick, I want to thank you. Jacob, I'll thank you. Guys, we don't do live streams that often, and we were a man down today, so thank you for coming along with us on this ride. Again, drop a like for us if you guys like this kind of content. We've been trying to do it for elections for the last couple of years. Not everybody covers a midterm election for California-specific seats. So if this is something you like and you value, drop a like for us. Drop a comment in the comment section below. Rick, final thoughts on the way this is shaping up with about 50% of the vote in?
Well, we just added some more. Katie Porter fell down a little bit. Yeah, this is looking to shape up that it's going to be a Hilton Becerra gubernatorial race.
Not just on the governor race. I mean, as a whole.
As a whole, I'm optimistic.
Hey, I will take it. Optimistic from a lobbyist who's up in Sacramento all the time. I will absolutely take it. I am optimistic because I am an optimist, and you're just going to have to deal with that.
And I think that we're seeing the results of some very hard work by a lot of volunteers throughout the state, a lot of good coalitions and coordination, and it means that California is not a lost cause, despite what a lot of the state says, and so. The fight is in there. When you look at this gubernatorial map, you can see that the entire state's not blue.
Yeah, for sure. The entire state is definitely not blue. As a matter of fact, the majority of the geography of the state is not blue. Can't really say that about the actual demographics of the population,
right.
But certainly large swaths there that are not blue. So I guess it looks like, Rick, we're going to end up probably following up. I can see a video about the Trump-endorsed candidates. That would be a good one to analyze. The CRPA PAC endorsed candidates. We can cross-reference that one.
Yep.
But guys, I guess for your sake, we're definitely going to be following up on this election with the final results. So be sure to watch that. Watch out for that in the future as it hits your timelines. Otherwise, we are going to get out of here. It's 10 o'clock at night. So we are going to be signing off, and as Rick always likes to say on his radio show, I'll say it here. We are the California Rifle and Pistol Association. Be safe, shoot straight, and fight back. Thanks, guys. We'll see you on the next one.